The children cry, cause we living in a perilous times. Many find it so hard to survive. And now the questions we ask is why? In comes the King's Son from Kingston this. Far are the future representing for Black Iowa TV. More positive vibration, more enlightenment, more knowledge for you and me. Rastafari love. All clear.
Liberated radio playing a long time, and them still a make it. And every time them play them tune, people them rate it. Hey, they never try to do nothing wrong, so don't think you can pull them down. Ooh, God bless, no one curse. Liberated past the worst, better must come one day. Better must come, yeah. I happy represent for Liberated Radio. Man.
Well, its foundation is in the holy mountains. I said I'm leaving on the Blackstone line now. Shashamani is I desire. Horror, this Baba. Said I'm leaving on the Blackstone line now. Shashamani is a desire. I'm yarding home and I'm leaving out this zone. Oh yeah. Pray for me. I am occupied back soon, ready to flee. I know God is there for me. Babylon now in no victory. No. I'm all alone, one-way trip on me, soon they home. Reclaim the land with them, try for one. I'm boss up them head with jump brimstone, yeah. Said I'm leaving on the Blackstone line now. Ghana is a desire, Kenya and Tanzania, Gambia and Liberia. Said I'm leaving on the Blackstone line now. Eritrea is a desire. I'm yarding home and I'm leaving out this zone. Homeward bound, I have to stamp holding ground. Land of New Jerusalem, I have found. Land of Ethiopia, where the king was crowned. I'm going home. Yarding out around, going on. I have to reach Mount Zion, try the Ethiopia with the conquering lion. That's where I stay humble and seek salvation from Rastafari nation. Said I'm leaving on the Blackstone line now. Shashamani is a desire. Horror, this Baba. Axel Mandali. Said I'm leaving on the Blackstone line now. Shashamani is a desire. I'm yarding home and I'm leaving out this zone. Whoa, yeah. See, I've cried too many tears by River Babylon's side. For many years we have been victimized by your for a season's cry. Yay! Say a prayer, give thanks and praise. Haile Selassie, never lead I astray. Packing my things, yes, I'm on my way to Mama Africa. Here we come. Said I'm leaving on the Blackstone line now. Shashamani is a desire. Horror, this Baba. Axel Mandali. Said I'm leaving on the Blackstone line now. Shashamani is a desire. I'm yarding home and I'm leaving out this zone. Whoa, yeah.
Yeah, man, blessed love and greetings, one and all. How the item? You're in tune to Meditation Thursdays. Yeah, man, first up, as usual, or as is customary, you don't know, we have Give Me a Chance, no? And we'll kick it off with Kalila Rose, thing called Black Star Liner. This is Donovan King J, and the one named Chant Down Babylon. Yeah, man, Give Me a Chance, no segment. where we introduce you to some upcoming artists and things.
Let us chant Babylon one more time. Make me burn them way down to the ground. Let us beat down Babylon one more time. Make me burn them way down to the ground. Hold on, I'm gonna sing it from the mountain. I'm gonna shout it from the hills. This concrete jungle that we're living in. Oh yeah, could never be my home. Let us be down Babylon one more time. Make me burn them way down to the ground. Oh Lord, make me chant down Babylon one more time. Make me burn them way down to the ground. Oh Lord, your hands and heart, they have to be pure and clean. To rally round the eyes, go and green. Love of the show of fun, try and find peace. It's better to give in kindness more than receive. Forward, Ethiopia. Forward, Mama Africa. Link up with nature, make Rastafari. If naked, foolish, crazy ballet. I turn my people them in a clothes, searching and looking for their salvation. Up in the sky, among the clouds. Let's see down Babylon one more time. Make me burn them right down to the ground. Oh Lord, make me beat down Babylon.
Yeah, man, bless up the mighty Dread Lion. Bless up all listeners. Liberated Radio, Black Iowa TV. Yes.
Oh Lord, make we burn them down. Wow.
Yeah, man, make we burn down Babylon to the ground. Voice of Donovan King J. Ting Carl, chant down Babylon. Pan, give me a chance now. Cause somebody have to give you a chance for you show the world so you can do your thing. No. Yeah, man. So these are the venue for that. All right, next up is a warrior named Earth Warrior. Yeah, man. Part of the Uprising Roots Collective. You see me? And that tune yeah, features the Electric Dread Winston McAnuff and the one named Time to Act.
Yeah, man, we are the parents, we are the home. Can't leave the youth them alone for room in a room. Yeah. Time to act and not pretend. The rights of the youth, defend them. Time to act and not pretend. The rights of the youth,
defend them. Many youths are turning to the streets, trying hard to make two ends meet, trying to turn their bitter into sweet. Clothes off they wear, food off they eat. Now they are yours like they are mine. Don't expose them to drugs or crime. Breeding criminals, putting lives on the line. Stand, stand, stand. Time to act and not pretend. Won't you do that? The rights of the youth, defend them. Time to act and not pretend. Won't you do that? The rights of the youth, defend them. Hey, mama and papa, take care of your child. Don't let them roam the street like animals in the wild, yeah. Remember, two is better than too many. So think with your brains, not your body. Time to act and not pretend. The rights of the youth, defend them. Time to act and not pretend. The rights of the youth, defend them. Many youths are turning to the streets, hustling hard, trying to make 20s, trying to turn the bitter into sweet. Cause clothes have to wear, yes, food have to eat, I tell ya. Time to act and not pretend. The rights of the youth, defend them. Time to act and not pretend. The rights of the youth, defend them. Time to act and not pretend. The rights of the youth, defend them.
Yeah, man, time to act and not pretend. You see it? The rights of the youths will have to defend them, Rasta. Voice of Winston McWell. Winston McAnuff are the feature artist. Voice of the Earth Warrior. Yeah. Featuring Winston McAnuff, you know? The Electric Jet thing called Time to Act. Yeah, man. All right. When I don't know, give me a chance. Now is an upcoming artist showcase. If you're new to the show, you see me? That is the first segment of Meditation Thursdays. And upon this segment, we play music from, we would have called now, independent artists and upcoming artists and them something there, you know? So, yeah. We are going to play something from a band out of Florida. Yeah, man, they go by the name of Army Gideon. You see me, I say? Heights up yourself, Ambessa. You don't know. We are African. Yeah.
Now greetings, Rastafari, yard and abroad, worldwide.
From the album Forsake Not.
I must stop look towards foreigners for African solutions. Emperor.
True thing.
Hear me now. One vote stop was all the difference is not difficult. Mother land the feed we till them cut the umbilical. Father jar the teeth we till them dilute what's biblical. Africa the land for the children of Israel. If Jah the planet feel we they what's stopping us? When in fact it's us. No one's behave them one and they have no trust. What that means for the populace? Cause Peter Tosh is stating well. From your black man you will start
all the same. You are an African. So free your mind from the bonds and chains. Like we get ready for this iron train. Forward to Africa. From the sea to the root and the tree of favor. And we know our over young reality. And we know say we are African, yeah. Sure. And those some are irritate and them seeking to divide us. We unify and not make them stop it. I make them know say we are African, yeah. Cause whether man a Egypt or Hebrew, Rasta man and Eagles, big up all the queens too, you know say that we need you. We fight against we self is deceitful. One must have peace to the needs of his people. Enemy within you, do not make it trick you. Love towards the virgin and this history where you live good. Clean hands and pure heart, keep it peaceful. I chant that power till it reach you. Cause Marcus Garvey is stating from you a black man, no it's all the same. You are an African. So free your mind from the bonds and chains. And make we get ready for this iron train. Forward to Africa. From the sea to the root and the tree up to the vine. And we know war over Yankee Hardy. Now we know say we are African, yeah. No some are irritate and them seeking to divide. Unify and not make them stop it. I make them know say we are African, yeah. And from the sea to the root and the tree up to the vine. And every vine and big tree we know war over Yankee Hardy. Now we know say we are African, yeah. No some are irritate and them seeking to divide us. Just unify and don't make them stop with. Don't make them stop with, no. No other look in all the media. Better you read it from a book. I learn about the gold and all the resources they took. And up until today the man is still modern day crooks. Taken from a culture but not give up what they should. And black appropriation make it seem like all is good. Progressing all them system now you feel like
you see it, Father Chalice.
But that you probably would. Or Rasta man I still tell the people.
Definitely ganja time.
Just another movement, you know. Army Gideon.
Yeah, man, live on Liberated Radio and Black Iowa TV. Also streaming live on YouTube. Sounds of the Army Gideon. Thing called We Are African. You better know that, Rasta. All right, you see that Ayataya? She go by the name of Italy. She have a piece of vice on her. You see me say, Chang.
So incredible and beautiful you
Thing called Wings of Love. Italy featuring Ash.
Let's conquer the world together. Let's build each other. I'm for you, you're for me, baby. Yeah. On the wings, on the wings, on the wings of love. I'm coming to you.
Joe! First of all, I slept the first.
On the wings of love, I'm coming to you.
That woman, you're so awesome. You pretty like the flowers, they will blossom. Black woman, you're so awesome. You pretty like the flowers, they will blossom. Oh yeah, yeah. The love me got for you, me say, chop like she banka. The love me got for you, me say, bigger than banka. The love me got for you, heavier than so many tanka. The love me got for you, me say, you look like Ampa. Ryan like a yes, you are clean panta. And when time me see you, me see baby and pampa. We don't not to worry because Jah will sponsor. And in this golden age, well, him said we be conquer. So, up on the wings of love, girl, come and let us fly. I love you, girl. You make me feel so high. I love you, girl. We're not telling a lie. I'm the one for you and you.
On the wings, on the wings, on the wings of love, I'm coming to you.
Yamana Italy featuring Ash.
On the wings, on
Thing called Wings of Love.
the wings of love, I'm coming to you. You're in my DNA.
And my love for you will never change.
Hold me and tell me it will be okay.
You got it right, baby.
You're my everything. You bring me joy, my king.
Close your eyes, soon we'll be flying.
Baby, baby,
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's how Wings I love. That one, yeah. I'm from the organic musicians. Heights up yourself, I Joe. Thing called I Levi. No, I live Levi.
The race is not for the swift, I said.
No, Rasta.
Now the battle for the strong, I said. Hey, hey. The race is not for the swift.
If you don't remember, we had I Joe and I Studio a couple weeks ago.
Now the battle for the strong.
Yeah, man, this is from the new project Crazy World.
I don't wanna study, whoa. I don't wanna study war. I said no, no, no. There was no wrong. There was no wrong just to do.
Organic, A-R-T.
There was no wrong.
G-A-N-I-C.
Wrong just to do.
Not organic, but artganic.
I live, I live, I live, I live, I yearn. I yearn. I live, I live, I live, I live, I yearn. I yearn. What was hidden in the dark must come to light. I said, hey, hey. I said, what was hidden in the door? I said, hey, hey. Must come to light. I said, hey, hey. I don't wanna study war. I don't wanna study war. I said no, no, no. There was no wrong. There was no wrong just to do. I said hey, hey. There was no wrong. There was no wrong just to do. I said hey, hey. I live, I live, I live, I live, I yearn. I yearn. I live, I live, I live, I live, I yearn. I yearn.
now for the swift. I said, no.
Just Before That Child is the greatest movie ever.
I said, hey,
Yes, I hear.
the race is now.
I'm gonna talk about rockers.
Said, now the battle for the strong.
Rasta movie, you know? So it must nice.
Gonna study war.
Put it here.
I don't wanna study war. I said no. There was no wrong. There was no.
Yeah, man, heights up Leroy Osmond Wallace.
I said hey. There was no wrong. There was no wrong.
Movie star.
I said
Chat about Osmond.
I live.
I live, I hear.
I hear. So tell I something. If it's the government who sentence the people them to a sufferation sentence, or if it's the people them who sentence themselves to a sufferation sentence, no one. No war, we no war. No to war, we no war. No war.
We no want no war.
No war. I live.
I live, I hear.
I live.
Yeah, man, sounds are organic.
I hear.
I live, I.
I live.
See, the I live, I. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I live. I hear. I hear. I live. I hear. I live. I hear. I live. I live. I hear. I live. I hear.
Yes, I hear. I live I. All right. You don't know, sir. We not discriminate. Well, we do. Yeah. We are very discriminating. So I'm not gonna lie about that. Yeah. We are discriminating about the type of music we play, not the genre of music we play. Because two types of music you have, see? You have good music and you have bad music. Good music push a good energy. Bad music push a bad energy, right? Common sense, makes sense, right? Yeah. We don't deal with the bad music around here, but good music we play it, you see me? Yeah, man, and yeah. We'll play music from various genres, you see me? Once the music have a good energy and thing. So we are say all that to say, if you're a young artist out there and you'd like to get your music played on the radio, you see me? No payola involved. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, man, you just send on your music. Yeah, man, and we listen to it. And if it have a good energy, we'll play it. Yeah, I see. Aye. Majestical Heights TN. Bless up yourself.
You stay online and you not pay me no mind. You waste.
Yeah, man, Tash Alexander.
Why you put me on standby? Just send reply sometime.
Tinkle Games.
Oh my. When I send a message, you for right back. See I miss call, you for ring right back. If I leave you, then I'm right back. Right back with you. Send replies. Oh, say you're mine, Don't wanna play no games. Don't wanna play no games. Don't wanna play
mess around the sample tonight.
Don't wanna play no games. Don't act like you try. When you know have a reason why, switch down how you want to lie. Come provide when legs fit divide and send reply sometime. Say you're mine, oh mine.
Yeah, man, we keep it positive.
Sent you for right back. See you miss
I just upliftment for I will say a Black Iowa TV.
you, then I'm right back. Right back with you. Send replies. Oh.
We'll be celebrating our 10th year anniversary this February coming. Real weed, that's so long. Yeah.
Don't wanna play no games. 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 Wanna make this work, getting off my nerves, but you twist and turns. Wanna make this work, put my lips on yours, body talk no words. You don't deserve me, no. Don't deserve me, no. Been waiting for you to come true. All that I want.
Yeah, man, voice of Tash Alexander.
Wanna play no games.
And you don't know,
Play no games.
especially for that show yeah, when we play the music them for the artists them.
Don't wanna play no games.
Want to know, find them on social media and give them some love. Tell them say you hear them on the radio.
Don't wanna play no games.
And ting and you like the energy and got full encouragement, sweet and labor, you know. Yeah man, I wanna done see it. And negative music, them are pushed down with throat on mainstream radio. And there are a lot of people out there who want positive music, but guess what? Enough more artists would be making positive music, but them feel like say, Una don't want to hear it. So Una have to make them know say, and that you know want to hear. So anytime Una hear it, Una have to link them and tell them say, yes man, like that spice there, you know that tune there, go on. And when you go on full courage artists them now, then them are go on, you know, make more of them type of song there, you see me? And people are come and I tell them, say, yo, that tune they bad, my lad, that tune they wicked. And no, we don't want none of that. You see me? We want some upful energy car. I heard today, you know, and yeah, we have to live in it, so our goodness, we say. All right, one more from Tash Alexander. We just get the music here today, so yeah. We are brandish them.
Can't stop when we sticky wine. So pretty when we sticky wine. Hanky.
That one, Danny, I'm ready for them.
How could you want to spank me? Tonight is another night, lady. I'ma be bad for you, baby. Can't tell me not have your attention. Hips are move tonight, I'm your addiction. Ready, be ready for this. Me, I tell it, I'm ready, be ready for this. Ready, be ready for this. Me, I tell it, I'm ready, be ready for this. Ready, be ready for this. Me, I tell it, I'm ready, be ready for them. Ready, be ready for them. Me, I tell it, I'm ready, be ready for them. Now tell me if I did I want you. Body on point, design for hold you. Waistline on the top is like a yo-yo. Up and down, and that me told you. So every girl do the 24 up and down. Poor wine, the girl in from Senti, Kingston, Port, more girl in from Ochi. Every girl round the world, me know if I own with me, yeah. Ready, be ready for this. Me and tell it, I'm ready, be ready for this. Ready, be ready for this. Me and tell it, I'm ready, be ready for this. Ready, be ready for them. Me and tell it, I'm ready, be ready for this. Ready, be ready.
What am I anthem for 2020? Ready for them.
We can't stop.
Wait till the album drops.
So pretty.
Hey, poor girl.
Hanky. Look so good, you want to spank me. Tonight is another night, lady. I'ma be bad for you, baby. Can't tell me not have your attention. Hips are move tonight, I'm your addiction. Ready, be ready for this. Me and tell it, I'm ready, be ready for this. Ready, be ready for this. Me and tell it, I'm ready, be ready for this. Ready, be ready for them. Me and tell it, I'm ready, be ready for them. Ready, be ready for them. Me and tell it, I'm ready, be ready for them. Can't tell me not want you.
First of all, I need to love the world.
Kingston, Portmore, gyal from Ochi. Every gyal round the world, me know say oh no with me, yeah. Ready for this. Me and tell it, say me ready for this. Ready for this. Me and tell it, say me ready for this. Ready for this. Me and tell it, say me ready for them. Ready for them. Me and tell it, say me ready for them. Fun me back, have attitude with it. 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 I said to me, I will never ever miss. Me a wine and I do me tea.
Sorry about that. Had to go open the front door for somebody. Yeah. All right. Yeah, man, that ready for them by Tash Alexander. So, yeah, man, we are say on the hear from Tash Alexander, on the hear from Art Ganic, on the hear from Kalila Rose, on the hear from Donovan King J. We are say go out, find the artists them, support them thing and you see it. All right. We'll keep the Omega energy going, the feminine energy. That one here, Nadia Harris Makanov, yeah man, and the band Agape. You see me? That one here, it name she really likes it. Really funky too, you know? Bring it to baseline.
Wake up in the morning.
Yeah, man, from out of the island of Jamaica.
Things of today. Me say me wake up in the morning and me drink a cup of tea. After me say a little prayer to the Almighty, and I thank Him for the things of today. Me say me wake up in the morning and me drink a cup of tea. After me say a little prayer to the Almighty, and I thank Him for the things of today. Yeah! For the things of yesterday. She boom, she bang, she boom, she bang, she boom, she bang, she bang, she boom, she bang, she boom, she bang, she boom, she bang.
Just in case you never listen to the name before the tune start. How the vibes look. No one.
She really likes it when I sing it over.
Nadia Harris Makanov.
Let me hear you.
You're gonna play another one from Arthur right after this.
She really likes it. She really likes it when I sing it over up style. And if you're feeling me, let me
Real TN, nice drum and bass. Stop.
She really likes it. She bang, she boom, she bang, she boom, she bang, she boom, she really likes it.
And it just a bang sagalongs.
She boom, she bang, she boom, she really likes it.
She boom, she bang, she boom, she bang.
She really likes it. I am living on dependency. In a Babylon, there's no place for me. All they think about is SES. And those BBC is the best.
One in two to pick on the song. Also, play good music for good people. Listen and say.
There's a place for thee. In Mount Zion, there's a place for thee. In Mount Zion, there's a place for thee. She bang, she boom, she bang, she boom, she bang, she boom, she really likes it. She bang, she boom, she bang, she boom, she bang, she boom, she really likes it. She bang, she boom, she bang, she boom, she bang, she boom, she really likes it. She bang, she boom, she bang, she boom, she bang, she boom all over the place.
You know just show them it, you know.
Across the river, into the race of life. May
A baseline are hypnotic, I swear.
with joy and happiness, and your children be blessed.
Yeah. Yeah, man, Nadia Harris Makanoff featuring Agape. That's the band we are playing. And Nadia voice just rock it to sleep. Yeah, in a good way. Yeah, man. Irie person too. King Kalonji Sounds, Liberated Radio, Black Iowa TV. Yeah, man. Just a few. Yeah, I couldn't know when I listen to. All right. Draw for your energy and powers.
Elemental, experimental. I come from natural conception. I am no experimental. Hey. Draw for your energy and powers. Draw for your
I tell us, Scotcha.
to use. Mr. Draw for your energy and powers. Draw for your energy. Easy. Way before Egypt there was a land called Kush. Now we built the first pyramids, wrote the first books. We were reading minds, levitating and such, healing the sick with the power of touch. Them kind of knowledge just can't fade away. It's all up in our blood, it's still up in our DNA. Hey, to activate these powers, you have to purge right away and reject everything that Babylon push your way. It's all up in the mud. The answers in our blood. That's why they're seeking our blood. They know we can manipulate earthquakes, lightnings, and floods. Even swarm them with bees and bugs. Yeah, it's all up in our mud. The answers in our blood. That's why they're seeking our blood. Time to break out from the spell, yo. Stop from drink out of them well, yo. Say, we were born with everything we need to know. If we see before we plant, already knows what to do. Programmed with the knowledge of the ones we lived before. The same life equation applies to I and to you. Oh, I say wake up from the slumber, swim away from the train. Time to use the other 90% of your brain. Look towards the sun, denounce religion with no shame. The shallow ones think I'm insane. I tell them it's all up in the mud. The answer's in our blood. That's why they're seeking our blood. They know we can manipulate earthquakes, lightnings, and floods. Even swarm them with bees and bugs. Yeah, it's all up in the mud. The answer's in our blood. That's why they're seeking our blood. And time to break out from the spell, yo. Stop from drink out of them well, yo. Drop your energy and powers. Drop your energy and powers. Get to use. Mr. Drop your energy and powers. Drop on your energy. It's all up in the mud. The essence in our blood.
Really, yo.
Why they're seeking our blood.
You have to drop on your energy and powers, you know.
It's lightnings and floods.
It's all within there, you know.
Yeah, it's all up in the mud. The answer's in our blood. That's why they're seeking our blood. And time to break out from the spell, yo. Stop from drink out of them well, yo. Say.
Mother Earth. Yeah, man. Italo Scarcha. All right, I'm going to play something from out of the first course, you see me? Yeah, man. And the natty I'm go by the name of Aya Gift. I don't know a gift? Irie Rasta Youth, you see it? Bless up yourself, Aya.
First,
that one I need Metaphysical Soldier.
it's more than music, man.
Him kind of spit still, you know? Your soul see what I mean?
Never getting lazy, staying lazy with the facery. MCs amaze me, really thinking they could phase me with that ordinary petty. You ain't ready for the deadly cutlass machete, the battle of Armageddon. Head shredding, fake dreads flooding. Didn't notice it was straight into the fire they was heading. Brimstone, fire burning through bone. I purify the world with my words alone. Written in stone, it was known that it couldn't be cloned. Once you get into the zone, then you're ready for throne. But these rappers insist on babbling on, so I grab the battle axe, one swing and they gone. My metaphor strikes like the hammer of Thor. To be a master of peace, you must master the war. Reciting lightning, still no acting, inviting every ghetto youth to be enlightened. I'm a lyrical, metaphysical soldier. Get at you spiritually, physically, it's over. It's too late if you're reaching for your holster. Get at you spiritually, physically, you're done, man. I'm a lyrical, metaphysical soldier. Get at you spiritually, physically, it's over. It's too late if you're reaching for your holster. Get at you spiritually, physically, you're done. Ain't no counteracting. Broken neck when I'm smacking, the tracking, lashing like the tail of the dragon. Some follow fashion, I tune into my passion to see reaction of the streets when I'm smashing these factions into unlimited fractions. Just face it, please, my time, don't waste it. These instincts are critical, your beats are basic. Diamond, hard like a barber to scarf. Nigeria, I'm born, J.A., I'm a yard. Naga rush abroad, I'm living nice in paradise. Europeans going to Africa, trying to get a job. And the black man like, nah, I'm a Naga back. Invisible chains, call it mentally trapped. I bridge the gap, reach these youth through a rap. When they hear I verse, they go look at the map and say, please show me where that little island is at. I'm a lyrical, metaphysical soldier. Get at you spiritually, physically, it's over. It's too late if you're reaching for your holster. Get at you spiritually, physically, you're done, man. I'm a lyrical, metaphysical soldier. Get at you spiritually, physically, it's over. It's too late if you're reaching for your holster. Get at you spiritually, physically, you're done. The last of the type to grab the mic for truth and right. The game ain't moving right. They make illusions seem right, so I stop playing. Straight to the top when I'm slaying, and just say what I'm saying and let it be heard. If it's a melted pot, then let it be stirred. Try to mix up my vision, I clear it with herbs. Kadama, we are served, rule earth and universe. So no matter where you travel, you're still on my turf. Soul our being, yet the darkness is so freeing. While I rest, it's into other realms that I'm seeing. Ancestral beings, they tend to guide my search. After all that I've seen, cannot doubt your words. Thanks I give on sipping on plants that live. Return the seeds, the cycle of deeds we need. I shall proceed, continue to live in you. Like the roots underground, so much respect you. I'm a lyrical, metaphysical soldier. Get at you spiritually, physically, it's over. It's too late if you're reaching for your holster. Get at you spiritually, physically, you're done, man. I'm a lyrical, metaphysical soldier. Get at you spiritually, physically, it's over. It's too late if you're reaching for your holster. Get at
Yeah, man, I gift.
you're done, man.
IYAHGIFT. Tinker metaphysical soldier. All right, we're gonna keep that same kind of energy going, you know.
Live, yeah, live,
But a little bit more smooth,
live.
cause it's the smooth operators. Arasai Kemban King Teba.
Live up, God, don't you give up, no, live up, because I say so, yo. What a sticky situation, living in America on the block. All I hear is who and who a top shot. Nobody seeking the proper ways about the maze. Only concerned with the amount of haze they blaze a day. Pitfalls keeping you days, and nobody reads, so it's hard to articulate what is seen on the day-to-day. Calamity breeds the tragedy, so it perpetuates. Dollar value is decreasing, the blood pressure it iterates. I listen Africa awaits its creators, so in come the smooth operator. Yo, cool like the breeze, better vapors. Men and I balance it out like equators. I listen Africa awaits its creators, so in come the smooth operators. Yo, cool like the breeze, better vapors. Men and I balance it out like equators.
I tune into the frequency of Tafari. Looking at heights of discipline, serenity, essence be necessary, like melanin to all the shades of ebony. Ebb and flow, let it flow, let it flow. Wow. From hillside to ghetto, best you know. Be blessed and know, your blessings flow. Uncle Johnson, the tempo. Fikir in a mizan, the tempo.
I listen Africa awaits its creators, so in come the smooth operator. Yo, cool like the breeze, better vapors. Men and I balance it out like equators. I listen Africa awaits its creators, so in come the smooth operators. Yo, cool like the breeze, better vapors. Men and I balance it out like equators. Check the illusion that them using to separate the water with pollution. In each and every idea solution, no need to be currency for these devilish institutions. Constantly them recruiting with them slogan. Know them only business with them one plan. Rasta now go about to no man. Needed now she man nor demon. A respect I demon, a principle I demon. No need for he man, a peace man. You not see man. I listen Africa awaits its creators, so in come the smooth operator. Yo, cool like the breeze, better vapors. Men and I balance it out like equators. I listen Africa awaits its creators, so in come the smooth operators. Yo, cool like the breeze, better vapors. Men and I balance it out like equators.
I'm on you to ones and ones, the stars of the sun and moon is one, trying to find your way too soon, way too soon, like a plant that got grazed before it blew. HD display, no need for you to zoom. HC interlude from midnight to noon. It's crazy how they lie and be the elephant in the room. The relevance of this tune is to tune in, let it move your mood swings away from cruel things I said.
Rastafari, I listen to the first.
I heard them are smooth for real. Yeah, man, are smooth operators. Ras Ikemba and King Teba. Heights up yourself, Ikemba. Heights up yourself, Teba. Like we say, you're in tune to give me a chance now. At the first segment for Meditation Thursdays. And we have time to play one more before we go in our next segment.
I just black one king and the black one dad. I just last guy, Burn King George. Ganguru Mirage, 1954, them burn up in the clean and them can't do it again.
That one I name Howie Lights.
The only lights when the vision them a come. Roam no got no power.
Yeah, man, Artachi and Donovan. Joseph.
The only lights when the vision them a come. Roam no got no power.
Almost said Joseph Donovan, but that Donovan Joseph, yeah?
Burning, burning road. Rastafari story. Time for black men's glory. King World, 1930. Vision of my Baba Marcus and the gun. This foundation sits upon a high. Build pinnacle before Jacob Heights. Try to kill the black man's right, but could I never stop the progress of the caveats? Where is the black man's king? Where is the black man's kingdom? Where the black man rules the truth? The vision of you're strong. Heights of fights, black man. A forward to the motherland. Roaming, where lights with the vision, them a coming. Rome no got no power. Roaming, the old lights with the vision, them a coming. Burning, burning, roaming. The old lights with the vision, them a coming. Rome no got no power. Roaming, the old lights with the vision, them a coming. Burning, burning, roam. They fight the gang to promote skin bleaching. The wealth of pinnacle more than Michael Leaching. Bring him to psychiatric part to develop the teaching. For higher GDP, them black man king is a black man's god. Black woman queen is black woman's god. Black man king is a black man's god. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Roaming, the overnights with the vision, them are coming. Rome no got no power. Roaming, the overnights with the vision, them are coming. Burning, burning, roaming. The overnights with the vision, them are coming. Rome no got no power. Roaming, the overnights with the vision, them are coming. Burning, burning, roaming. Rastafari story. Time for black men's glory. King World, 1930. Vision of my Baba Marcus and the gun. His foundation sits upon a high. Built pinnacle before Jacob Heights. Try to kill the black man's right, but could I never stop the progress of the caveat? Black man king is the black man's god. Black woman queen is the black woman's god. Black man king is the black man's god. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Black man king is the black man's god. Black woman queen is the black woman's god. Black man king is the black man's god. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Liberated Radio, Ooh, we got the toughest show. Liberated radio. Radio. We got the toughest show. Gaga, you don't know. Royal Charter. Representing.
Holy Emmanuel, I King Selassie, Jah Rastafari, love in the house. It not take nothing for you to show love. Not a single thing. It not take nothing for you to put a smile on your face, Rasta. It not take nothing, not a single penny. It not take nothing for you to give thanks to life. I don't know about the I know, or way you think I am on a smile about. Give thanks to life. It not take nothing for you to thank the life giver for the breath in your lungs. Nor to thank Mama Earth for the food where you're having in your mouth. No, it not take nothing. Nothing at all. I man say don't take one single thing. Just show love. It not take nothing to hear the black brothers and sisters who pass them on the street. It not take nothing for the people I night time and time again for music and sports on the day. It not take nothing to respect your elders. Youths learn from them and be wise. It not take nothing for the elders. Listen to the youth. Some wanna go on like on the too big to take advice. But it not take nothing. Nothing at all. Not even not single chopans. Sure love. It not take nothing for man and woman show each other love and respect. It not take nothing to remember man is man, woman is woman. Some act as if they forget. But think what it takes, the envy and grudge. None of them can't sleep at night, cause in them heart there is no love. How much money and time on the waste I try get even when you did done already ahead? How you so foolish mankind? Why you so easily misled? Life is all that you have, so live. Fear nothing or no one. And when you have, you should give. Share is care. No matter how much a person have, them still want more. But remember, say no matter how little you have, you could still have less. So it not take nothing for you to give thanks. It not take nothing. Not a single thing. So nobody tell me say you're wrong. So I give thanks to the life giver of the I life. Give thanks to life, Jah. And I man pray for strength so that I can help others. It don't take nothing for you to show love. It don't take nothing for you to show love. It don't take nothing for you to show love. Don't take nothing. Just show love. Love in the house.
DJs and artists must be at their smartest in this generation. DJs and artists must know what their part is in this situation. But it's a shame, man. The games they play with the minds of the young ones. Some of them feel their only duty is to entertain, man. When they wield such influence over the minds of even the most mentally strong one. That's why more times DJs and artists are the wrong ones to be icons. No better than the corrupt politicians when they sing songs, encouraging the young men to pick up guns and the young girls to take off their thongs. But I guess that's just the way it goes. When the people worship only liquor, sex, cars, and clothes. DJs and artists become high priests to false gods like those. Singing hymns to hill figure. Catching the spirit with crystal and Guinness malt liquor. Bowing down at the altar of the Escalade with the spinners. Praising big pimping and making offerings to strippers. Some people say, well, if the people ask for it, then the DJs and artists must deliver. But this is a call for youngsters who's stronger, whose vision is not so short-sighted, but who can see longer, who won't bow down to the pressure, allowing themselves to be used as tools of the oppressor. We need DJs and artists who won't stoop low at the feet of the music industry, entertainment industry to blow. DJs and artists, let your light glow so the young people will know the right way to go. DJs and artists, you can do better. DJs and artists must know what their part is in this generation. DJs and artists must be at their smartest in this situation.
Yeah. That is the voice of Adrian Green, thing called DJs and Artists. And you're now in tune to Words, Sounds, Poets. Words, Sound, Poets is a spoken word showcase. And we kick off the program with, or we kick off this segment with Love in the House by yours truly, Asafo Weedamaya. All right. That one here, it named Confidence by a youth named Britain Wright.
Confidence. The state of feeling certain about the truth of something. I fiend for you, so I can enjoy true peace and view this world through eyes of certainty. Oh, beautiful, elusive confidence. I need you to nourish me with your quintessence, because a life without you in it is one of misery and impotence. Become one with me and rid my being of your ignorance, so I can forget about incidents of failure and mediocrity that have for so long, so damn long, been stopping me from excelling. I need you badly so I may breeze through life's challenges instead of addressing them sloppily. Confidence. I call for your opulence. When you forsake me as you so often do, I lose focus and lack the conviction to pursue things properly. My precious confidence, why must you resort to mocking me? Can't you see just how dear you are to thee? You are the element I need to be truly free. Without you, I'm crippled by pessimistic lunacy. Confidence. You're needed, because all these years without you here has impeded the growth of my comfort zone. Fleeting, wavering, retreating confidence. I need you to exhibit a level of competence to recite this poem. And most importantly, confidence. I need you, because without you in my spirit, I'll be all alone. Confidence. Please, I'm begging you, come home. Stay.
Dedication to all African revolutionaries, past, present, and future. Check it out. Warning, warning, warning. Another circle is out. They've always been hunted
for their hearts, tongues, and most important of all, their skulls. Because with them you're confronted with the fact that the spirit that rules their head is immortal. Genesis from the blood of halos transfused through veins in the earth's mud shaped and baked at 360 degrees, breath of life blown in it by the one above. And I've got nothing but love for these well-rounded individuals known to the world as the Circle People. Now, the struggle of the Circle People is in our eyes made up of dark masses surrounded by a sea of white, locked in a bitter fight that seems to have no end in sight. Our eyes. But their struggle ain't nothing new to us. It's also our struggle since they came from us. The difference is they pushed on when most gave up. They drove past the sting of the lash, the threat of stretched necks, the vomit, the shit that filled the slave ships, the disgrace of rape, the heartbreak, what willed them to fight while choking on hate. It was love, a love purer than the shine in a baby's tears, a love so loud that it silences the ears. In the realm of loves, it is the most adored, the most admired, but even those who are filled with it get a little tired and wonder, will love come? Be unbroken, get undone, and by, Lord, by and by. Oh, my home is waiting in the skylight, in the sky. Whenever they're about to falter, their knees dig the sacred ground that grips their altars, and their whole seance is measured in RPMs, revolutions per minute, because that's how Circle People deal with problems. Then their legions emerge, magic spells explode from their lips that cause them to do the amazing, like shape shift into Black Panthers who feed and care for their young. Others morphed into lions like in the Caribbean, where they breathed in mystic smoke and roared out songs of freedom. Lead on, we cried, but the hunt intensified. Thousands of circles lost their lives, and those precious few who survived were so bent out of shape that the masses think burning spears are extinct as of this date. But now they just change shape, staying out of jails and cemeteries, shouting fatherhood, motherhood by any means necessary. And to the question, who will win the struggle, the dark mass or the white sea? Well, that's easy. Just close your eyes and tell me the color that you see. But some will still ask, will love come? Be unbroken, and by, Lord, by and by. Oh, my home is waiting in the skylight, in the sky.
Aye, aye, aye.
How it's been working for so long. Yeah. How it's have to eat. Ode to the powers that be. I pray for clarity. Hope these words don't stuck in my throat and cause me to choke. This one's for all the poets who died frustrated and broke. I lend my voice to this. The word soldiers, the social activists, even in the rain, poets are make here. So starting from today, me say poets forget P. Poets forget P. Between you and me, right I know what some money me a free. Tired to work for free. And me see a boss, and me can't even drink tea. Politicians and them boys kill the mean tree. That's why me not stop.
Pull up, yeah. Cherry Natural, poets to get paid. Feel that one when she said tired for work for free. Yeah. Struggle is real.
How it's been working.
Who feels it knows it, you know?
Yeah. How it's have to eat. Ode to the powers that be. I pray for clarity. Hope these words don't stuck in my throat and cause me to choke. This one's for all the poets who died frustrated and broke. I lend my voice to this. The word soldiers, the social activists. Even in the rain, poets are make here. So starting from today, me say poets forget P. Poets forget P. Between you and me, right I know what some money me a free. Tired to work for free. And me see a boss, and me can't even drink tea. Politicians and them boys kill the mean tree. That's why me nah stop chant till the whole of we happy. Nah stop chant till the whole of we happy. When we get the first big check, I'm gonna send the press a copy. Lack of money, you know, the root of all evil. Tired for big ride, we want to own a vehicle. Change the polarity, wealth over poverty. Tired for work for charity. A baby pain, tell them to circulate the green energy. Let us have the digits. My tongue is JPS. Lighten up your minds, don't bridge it. Don't bridge it. So while the clock a tick, give us the paper or the plastic. No wait till we eat at the casket. Cause I go names are mentioned. We pen poems, write books, sing songs. Summer we play in a band. Artists no get pension. Artists no get pension. So if you don't have the raw cash, me we take peace along. Take peace along. Done, extort the youths, their mind. We inspire hope, inspire hope. That's why me nah stop chant till the whole are we happy. Nah stop chant till the whole.
Real me take peace along to you from the North cash.
I'm gonna send this a copy.
Yeah man, I eat some more Cherry Natural.
Them say good things come to those who wait, but that's just cliche. Cause enough of them you see out here are fake. Them one yam off the cake and give you the bulla. When them see you, them a bow like them is the Buddha. Long time gone, I woulda make them feel a piece of copper. Then again, I'm a dub poet, not a rapper. Now go behave like Tupac or Biggie. Now envy with Bob left Ziggy. Don't want to be in the shoes of Conrad Murray. Poems pregnant with possibilities. Spits money. I bet the rules so I can abort them. Giving birth to nuance. When we talk, come to the garbage man understand. always positive, working without rest, breathless. The only time I want to be negative is when I take the HIV test. Yes, yes. That's why me not stop chanting the whole of we happy. Not stop chanting the whole of we happy. When me get the first speed check, I'm gonna send the press a copy. Copy. Money is not my friend, you know. It's just a means to an end. My heart's in this. I'll be chanting evening sickness. Dedicated like a Jehovah Witness. Raja this.
Yeah, man, Mama Cherry natural thing called Poets Forget Peer. All right. Next up is a poet named Lederick Horn, and the one named Poets Function.
Hearts stop, doors close, time moves, names fade, people pass. We all have stories. Share yours with me. Wrap your narrative around me like loving arms. I want to be your wordsmith, the keeper of trilogies, a community's diary, the local librarian who catalogs what's new. This is my function. This is what I do. I am the poet in residence who resides next to you. I will tell your history, not just write it in some book that will sit on a shelf, won't put it in a newspaper someone can burn. I will speak the words with divine authority, breathing life into a past withered to dust, shedding light on a present covered by shadow, and demanding a future few will believe. Let me reclaim our words. I will cut them with great care from holy books and liquor ads, photograph anonymous messages painted on walls, save past due bills, memorize your uncle's lies, scribe grandma's recipe, and copy the poetry you say without even thinking. Inhale the abstract, exhale the real. This is my function. This is what I do. I am the poet in residence who resides next to you. If I lie, it will be in service of the truth. If the telling sounds larger than life, blame the speakers, not the speaker, for I find it unnecessary to amplify a reality made radically surreal. Hey, I just want to play my part, practitioner of this spoken art. A contemporary griot recording the herb spot, parking lot, playground, house party, homeroom, first kiss, last breath, funeral, birthday, pink slip, resume, markers of a life stretched out across the ruler of time. I'll put a little rhyme on it, bit of soul where appropriate. Throw some funk on the bumps and some smooth on the grooves, cause history don't have to be bland. Particularly when rooted in African sand, I will make the dead dance in the minds of the living. Arms waving, feet stomping, voices reaching out with love. They say the spirit dies when we don't speak its name. So even after you have left this place, baby, I will talk the talk of you. Give me your details and I will make them immortal. Little girls will turn double Dutch while singing your cadence. Workers will bring hammer to nail while humming your melody. Show me your truth and I will make it holy. Sink you deep into Sunday morning sermons. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. Ancient archetypes will echo the fight that defined your blues. Choirs will lift you above sky and earth. My verse will rest on ebony lips, carrying your beauty across oceans of time. The future will sing your name, even after the shore of your being has passed from view. This is my function. This is what I do. I am the poet in residence who resides next to you. I am the poet in residence who resides next to you.
Yeah, man, Lederick Horn, thing called Poets Function. Next up is Heru, and the one I named Madoff.
This is doggone serious like the doggone mystery of Sirius. Is this what black folks are made of? Made of, made of. If you're so gangster, then why won't you save us? Save us, save us, save us. They say be true to the game. I say my life is not a game, but peak game. Well, like the beast, don't you sweat me. Babylon, you'll never get me, cause I'm so clever, but yes, directly and correctly got all my property properly in someone else's name. My main claim to fame is I cannot be tamed, cause my name is Heru. So what that means to you, was like the word hachu, Heru is an onomatopoeia. What wanna be, you need and catch a yellow fever. Yo, I guarantee you're confused like a mandingo of a gringo playing bingo, being monolingual in the streets of Miami's Cuban Hialeah. They feel confused when I tell them American dreams. It don't mean nothing unless you look like Beaver Cleaver. They feel abused when I tell them Elton John is not a diva. They feel confused when I tell them that the purpose of the system is to fool and deceive. They feel abused when I tell them Elton John is not a diva. Well, you read the words of Marcus Garvey, then you'll be a true believer. Yo, what is this? I bear witness. They brainwashed, bamboozled, then they raped, and then they tortured Pocahontas and Sacagawea. But all my people living Mia, mixed with Coogee, Chagu, Leah, like to see ya, came to free ya. My ideas every day's a holiday. So by the way, I got to say, Happy Kwanzaa. I want self-determination, salvation, jubilation for my nation, even more than fornication, sex with fair, where the groupie friends, $1 million droopy ends, Alexis Cooper Benz, over drop top Mazda. With words from my mouth, they go from north and to the south. They coming in, they coming out. And if you're righteous, then my words will make you jump and shout. But if you're wicked, then my words will make you shut your rotted mouth. I'm burning you, burning out like unapologetic, hectic, unsympathetic, volcanic lava. What goes around and comes around, sound for sound, pound for pound, round and round, town for town, up and down. I tell you the level of your expectations, it's your karma. Well, we love sister love through the season for good reason. Yes, we love sister love, black woman through the season for good reason. Any less it would be treason. Got me cheesing, even pleasing, even grieving, do all my thieving, even through all the so-called drama. Well, here's a list of some of my favorite poets. Time to make you know it. First to start with Joshua, he be roaring like a Leo. I big up the whole crew of soul griots. They be speaking easy, rising tall like George and Wheezy. And I love my brother Time and my brother Capra and the precious, 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 precious sister named Maha. Is this what black folks are made of? Yup, this is what black folks should be made of. Artists who dedicate their lives to elevate us. Never say a word to degrade us. This is what black folks should be made of. If you're so gangster, then why won't you save us? To some rappers, I mean slackers, if a black woman's a being at an itch, we need to whip you with a non-padded switch so you can say it loud, you can say it proud to your one and only mama, the one who held you for 9 months. She never front, she gave you everything you want, your only passageway to earth. She gave you birth for what it's worth and made sure nothing else would hurt or harm ya. To you rappers, I mean slackers, if a black woman's a being at an itch, you need to charge it to the game, cause that's what you should name your firstborn daughter. Make it legitimate. Her birth certificate would read Beat Not Tawana. Her name would be Beat Thompson, Beat Johnson, Beat Walters, Beat Slaughter. Two celebrated rappers, I mean slackers, if a black woman's a being at an itch, I see you fell for the ride. Did your face beam with pride when your daughter, oh, she broke down and cried when she finally realized that she had MC genocide for her father? Is this what black folks are made of? If you're so gangster, then why won't you save us from the people who perpetually raid us, kidnapped, butchered, and raped us? Instead, you sold us out for some greenback papers, bragging about you got cars of 7 different flavors. You're 3 albums deep into how you played us. You're 3 albums deep into how you falsely portrayed us. You're 3 albums deep into how you betrayed us, bragging about diamonds like they're your saviors, and at the same time being women haters. Since when has men to the bone, XY chromosome, love to brag about wearing diamonds as acceptable behavior? Can't tell the women from the men. Quote Bob Marley, Catch a Fire, song number 9, called Midnight Ravers. Is this what black folks are made of? If you're so gangster, then why won't you save us? Save us, save us, save us, save us, save us, save us.
This poem shall speak of the wretched sea that washed ships to these shores, of mothers crying for their young swallowed up by the sea. This poem shall say nothing new. This poem shall speak of time, time unlimited, time undefined. This poem shall call names, names like Lumumba, Kenyatta, Nkrumah, Hannibal, Akhenaton, Malcolm, Garvey, Haile Selassie. This poem is vexed about apartheid, racism, fascism, the Ku Klux Klan, riots in Brixton, Atlanta, Jim Jones. This poem is revolting against first world, second world, third world, division, man-made decision. This poem is like all the rest. This poem will not be amongst great literary works, will not be recited by poetry enthusiasts. It will not be quoted by politicians or men of religion. This poem is knives, bombs, guns, blood, fire, blazing for freedom. Yes, this poem is a drum. Ashanti, Ma, Igbo, Yoruba, Nyabingi warriors, Yohuro, Namibia, Yohuro Soweto, Yohuro Africa. This poem will not change things. This poem needs to be changed. This poem is a rebirth of a people, a rising, awakening, understanding. This poem speaks, is speaking, have spoken. This poem shall continue even when poets have stopped writing. This poem shall survive you, me. It shall linger in history, in your mind, in time, forever. This poem is time, only time will tell. This poem is still not written. This poem has no poet. This poem is just a part of the story. His story, her story, our story. The story is still untold. This poem is now ringing, talking, irritating, making you want to stop it. But this poem will not stop. This poem is long, cannot be short. This poem cannot be tamed, cannot be blamed. The story is still not told about this poem. This poem is old, new. This poem was copied from the Bible, your prayer book, Playboy magazines, the New York Times, Reader's Digest, the CIA files, the KGB files. This poem is no secret. This poem shall be called boring, stupid, senseless. This poem is watching you trying to make sense from this poem. This poem is messing up your brains, making you want to stop listening to this poem. But you will not stop listening to this poem. You need to know what will be said next in this poem. This poem shall disappoint you because this poem is to be continued in your mind, 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 in your mind.
Yeah, man, that was Mutabaruka. This poem. Before that, you heard Heru, Made Off. You're in tune to Word Song Poets, Spoken Word Showcase. Yaman for Meditation Thursdays. Bless up all the listeners tuned in. Yaman, how the item? Hope all is well. Yaman, it's a rainy night here in Orlando. So if you're in Orlando and you tuned in and you travel on the roads, Yaman, be safe out there. Aye.
Black is. You see, black is more than just a color. Black is my native tongue, Krobo. Black is my hair pressed, my head wraps, and my body adorned in African beads. Black is the very thing that I was created to be. You see, black is my culture, my style of dress. Black is my ability to adapt and overcome being oppressed. You see, black is an art form of expression. The sounds of Muddy Waters, Mahalia Jackson, hymns, psalms, bloody palms, and two-raised fists. You see, black is the many nights that I too spent crying because I too have been placed on the black list. You see, black is my name, Naki Akrobeto. Black is the land of Somania where my grandfather ruled. Black is the night over the West African shores. You see, black is dancing, the movement of my hips to the words that came from Ducky Lube and Mr. Marley's lips. You see, black is the color of Harlem. It was the Renaissance. Black is a revolution. It's an evolution. Black is America. You see, black is darkness accented by the light. Black is beyond the journey. Black is my right. Black is heaven and the God that I serve above, beyond what my natural eyes can see. Black is you and black is definitely me. You see, black is love, Isumawa. Sometimes being black might even cost, but as the drums beat and the beats drums, I will run towards my blackness. desiring to be showered by black, uplifted by black, empowered by black, because I'm proud to be black. You see, black is more than just a color. Black is my native tongue crow. Black is my hair pressed, my head wraps, and my body adorned in African beads. Black is the very thing that I was created to be. Now Webster, add this version of black to your dictionary.
Is it because I'm black? Somebody tell me, what can I do?
My name is Cynthia Amoa, and I am a spoken word poet. I put my heart into everything I do, so I know you've seen it pulsating to the ends of the earth. I view myself as many things, as a poet, as a sister, as a woman. I'm journeying, and I'm not afraid to say that I haven't yet reached my destination, but I'm extremely blessed, beyond all understanding. The word Honam in tree, my native language from the deep of Ghana, West Africa, means skin. When the letters of Honam are rearranged, you can almost see them trying to spell the word human. Literal translation, one's skin makes one human, and it's funny how my ancestors, never knowing a word of English, can put together a phrase, a simple remedy, a gentle anecdote for a little brown girl's salvation tonight. Let them tell it. When they teach you about Honam in the blue-eyed classrooms of your schools, do they ever actually tell you that you are beautiful? Or do they just show you what it is? Do the pictured women in the Hall of Fame faces in the showcases displayed look like you? Are the halls as deep and as wide as a woman's spine? Do the arms of your study halls embrace you with its femininity? Are there words in your textbook like Honam, like amniotic love, like Obanindintu, watch her walk with grace? During lunchtime, do you hopscotch on the stretch marks of women who wore men's skin as deep as the night? No? Something in you breaks though, doesn't it? Because this is the only time words speak louder than actions. You begin to crave validation, searching for ways to define your skin, flipping madly through magazine pages. Dipped in 1960s America, you can almost hear the dogs barking, smell the sharp water from hoses splitting flesh, until you see women like Lupita Nyong'o on the cover of a magazine. And then, and only then, is everything okay because she looks like you, right? And finally, you found your definition of beauty, but let them tell it. You do not need a magazine cover to tell you that you are beautiful. You are beautiful no matter your paper brown. Even the stars, stolen in their infinite grace, only show up at the darkest point of night, showing their faces, me and you. We're going to relearn what beauty really is, because who taught you that the value of a woman is the ratio of her waist to her hips and the circumference of her buttocks and the volume of her lips? Your math is dangerously wrong, my friend. Her value is nothing less than infinite, like the galaxy, like the stars, like the night, like your skin, like Lupita's, like you weren't here before she got here. Like the only reason they look at you is because of her. Like the only reason black is beautiful is because of her. Like black been beautiful because of you. Like when will someone recognize you? There's too much image saturation. Her image is being abused to only celebrate black women when they want to. Don't you see? You was this too, brown girl. What about you? And what about me? And what about us? And this war we've been fighting. Brown girls hurt and bleeding. Brown girls splitting skin, not knowing how to love themselves, breaking. Remember that magazine you bought with Lupita on the cover? Paying for it was you buying into the hype. And truthfully, I wish I was a poet so I could color the pain in these words with beautiful rhythm, because no one will believe you're beautiful until you think you are, until you feed it down people's throats. I see Lupita everywhere I go, staring at the Eiffel Tower in Paris, sitting at a small cafe in Brooklyn, on the streets of Accra, in the marketplaces of Dubai, in the playgrounds in my neighborhood. But when will we sing songs for our daughters? Hide love poems deep within the hum of their lullabies and bedtime stories so that when they sleep, they won't lose themselves in the dark. When will we believe? And honestly, I know you listen to these poems, but in between the lines, deep within these words, look for you. Look for you.
Reggae is a music that fight for the oppressed people anywhere upon the earth.
There's a generation that curseth their father and doth not bless their mother. There's a generation that are pure in their own eyes, thinking they have arrived, and yet are not washed from their filthiness, ignorance of enslavement. That's Proverbs 30 verse 11 to 12. Big up all black women who are hold the order, said Speed. Now I quote, freeing a black man is freeing an individual. Freeing a black woman is freeing a whole nation, unquote. I think Marcus said this to realize Mama power. And I receiving our love knows real honor. Mama said, I better not care how tough for Mars and identity and something we give up. Now a roast breadfruit, native coconut back where me will mind the jackass who think Mama and Boto. Pause a while. But I tell you, and Mama scrounge, scrape, lunch, break, and not care what. She make we have dinner. So do we dilly, dally, I go to the valley. Remember, the trip start with Mama. Mama scrounge, scrape, lunch, break, and not care what. She make we have dinner. So do some dilly, dally, and I sell out for money. Remember, the trip start with Mama. It's sad, my little brother losing race and I bleach him face. And I wonder if him pants too tight, make it not reach him waist. Him there road right now, I look, y'all for carry him place. Y'all him get put a real black woman, not even for a date. Real black man in Jamaica love straight, but this guy a lean. My little brother to the eye own self, oh the eye for so mean. Check your word and stop buying a reality for dream. I'm sure Mama teach you about the self-esteem. And Mama scrounge, scrape, lunch, break, and not care what. She make we have dinner. So do we dilly, dally, I go to the valley. Remember, the trip start with Mama. Mama scrounge, scrape, lunch, break, and not care what. She make we have dinner. So do some dilly, dally, and I sell out for money. Remember, the trip start with Mama. Being in Rome, look where I look for another seek justification. Don't we know this black race are the root of all of the nation? So how come when motto say out of many one? For rise with self-esteem wouldn't out of one many be a motivation? Trying to fix a problem without checking the cause and nonsense. We're not living in the past, but we know how it shape the present. Yet Mama say when root take influence from fruit, a sign that the crime we have we on a siege are really poorness of mind. Yet Mama scrounge, scrape, lunch, break, and not care what. She make we have dinner. So do we dilly, dally, I go to the valley. Remember, the trip start with Mama. Mama scrounge, scrape, lunch, break, and not care what. She make we have dinner. So do some dilly, dally, I sell out for money. Remember, the trip start with Mama. Now, wait till I take to elevate the less fortunate. Now come now and here we take to separate and put we own to death. At time we all study, respect and cherish your family tree. Mama say, oh no, better do better, and your responsibility. Cause by the rivers of Babylon, some of we won't still raw. And if you see when the rivers when flood, you not drink when them dry. Yet after a tree fall, when we always find life on the road. So Mama said, know your value and stop for the fruit.
Mama wise though. Yeah man, a eye bell, you know. Thing called Mama. You're in tune to Word Sound Poets, Liberated Radio, Black Iowa TV. Yeah man, King Kalonji sounds in the building. Isis.
We're not change, you know. Solid as a rock. Yes. Yesterday I said, Bongo man, Dread I, Rastafari. roots. I talked about Garvey, Pan-Africanism, socialism, Nkrumah, Ghana, Nyerere, Tanzania, Castro, Cuba, liberation, struggle. Yesterday you said Bongo Man, Congo Man, primitiveness, dread, outrageous, ignorant, roots, foolishness, Garvey, no big thing. Pan-Africanism, socialism, irrelevant. Nkrumah, Ghana, Nyerere, Tanzania, Castro, Cuba, catastrophe. Liberation from what? Struggle, subversive. Today, I say what I said yesterday.
Reggae is a music that
today you say Bongo Man, Congo Man, Dread, I, Rastafari. Garvey the greatest, Pan-Africanism, socialism, relevant. Nkrumah, Ghana, Nyerere, Tanzania, Castro, Cuba, phenomenal. Liberation from neocolonialism and capitalism, struggle for oneness. Tomorrow, I'll be saying what I said today, what I said yesterday. Tomorrow, will you say what you said today or what you said yesterday? Yesterday. Bongo Man. Bongo Man. Today. Tomorrow. Bongo Man. Bongo Man. Dread, I, Rastafari. Forever.
Yeah, man, that are the voice of the father of the poetry. Man called Uku Unuru. Yeah, man, featuring King Alpha. Thing called Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow. Word Sound Poets is a spoken word showcase featuring spoken word artists. You see me? Yeah, man. I personally, I love them thing. I don't know about nobody else, you know. I like listening to spoken word. It has a different energy from what you would call singing music or DJ or yeah. Spoken word, it have a different energy, and I, for one, I can appreciate love that energy, you know. I strongly appreciate love that energy there. Anyway, Karma, Dominique Christiana. Yeah, man. Drop some calm upon them, blow.
We become poets in an attempt to tether words to righteousness, our notebooks to social consciousness. Sitting cross-legged and anxious in wingback chairs, we sip lattes to news of regimes, firing American artillery into crowds of folk, their bodies pickled by the sun. They line streets in countries we never think about, and we suck our teeth and ask a thesaurus to become a machete. And as romantic as pacifism is, these days I dream of dictators falling headfirst into karma and forget to be afraid. If I could write this shit in fire, I would write this shit in fire. This ain't poetry, it's rage unmuted. A verb, a means, an end. This is my body. This is a sacrifice. This is an offering. This is Sankofa and Amanla, Southside Chicago and Compton, California, Red Hook Projects in Jersey, Roosevelt Projects in Brooklyn. This is severed hands, clubs against flesh, black boots to pregnant bellies. This is sterilizations, inoculations, leg irons and chains, the bit, the noose. This is a war cry. Tell Massa I'm coming back, carrying fire in my knapsack. Tell him I'm Patrice Lumumba, Stephen Biko, Fred Hampton, Fannie Hamer. Tell them they have been born again in me. Tell them I found my mother tongue buried under the rubble of the World Trade Center. Tell them this shit ain't no poem. This is me running naked from sugarcane and cotton fields, having dropped my croaker sack. Tell him he can call me Karma. I'm refreshing the bones, a witch, a root worker, a sorceress, a priestess, a gangster. Tell him this is the result of segregation. Tell him this is the result of integration. Tell him I have never been invisible. Tell him he has never been invincible. Tell him I'm gonna melt the barbed wire and steel bars of prison yards. They gonna flow over him like lava. I am returned. I am bloodthirsty. I am fangs and hooks and swollen feet in welfare lines. The gauntlet thrown down, lines drawn in the sand. I am apocryphal. Historical deletions gathering themselves up and into textbooks. I am the niece of exploitation on a rice and pancake box. Come to collect the royalties for Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben. I am a line of smoke, a rain dance. The tomahawk used to kill the first invader. The streets of Benghazi pocked in prayer beads and shell casings. The juxtaposition of faith and savagery. Tell him I'm African wide hips and American bulimia. Peace symbols affixed onto assault rifles. It is the deepest kind of contradiction. If I could write this shit in fire, I would write this shit in fire. Tell Massa I'm coming back. Howl in the wind, I'm coming back. Burr in your heel, I'm coming back. I'm coming back, Massa. I'm coming back, Massa. I'm coming back.
John, right now, if I was the master, I'd be mad scared. Panderil, yeah, man. Dominique Christian, you see me? Thing called karma. Cause karma is coming back for them, you see me? So, yeah. No feel sorry for them either, you know. Yeah, man. I feel them judgment. All right, the one I name. If you give a teacher a gun, because some fool thinks that this is a brilliant idea. Hold on. Some fool feels that this is a brilliant idea to arm the teacher them in the schools. You see it? So that one here, Jaman Hill. And it name, if you give the teachers a gun.
If you give a teacher a gun, they're going to ask you for some bullets. And when you give them the bullets, they'll ask you for proper training. And when they're finished with their training, they'll probably ask you for a classroom. And then they'll want to look into their classroom to make sure they don't perceive a threat. And while looking into their classroom, they'll realize that one of their students is acting out of line. So they'll ask them to straighten up. Then when they're finished talking to the student, they'll want to discipline them, to show them they mean business. They know their school has a zero tolerance policy, that this student is probably just another clog in the school to prison pipeline, that this student is prone to violence, that this student's people are prone to violence, that this student probably belongs to some gang or clique, that this student probably possesses a weapon, possesses no respect for authority, so they discipline the student. Now, it might be important to note here that students of this demographic are punished more quickly and more harshly than any other student demographic. But when you bring this up to the teacher, they won't want to talk about race. They want to talk about protection. How student against teacher violence is a silent crisis that no one is talking about. How Wisconsin recently passed a law protecting teachers from their students and restoring order in the classroom. For this teacher, it's about restoring order. Anything they do to this student, they're simply restoring order, so they threaten the student. They may get carried away and threaten the student with a gun. They may even pull the trigger like bang, but it will be justified. I mean, you gave the teacher a gun. You told them to protect their classroom from what? A threat? What if the student is a threat? What if the student brings a gun to the classroom? What if the teacher perceives the student as a threat? Are you asking teachers to shoot their students? How does a teacher shoot their student? How can you tell a teacher to shoot their student when they're finished? They're probably going to want a little bit of time off. So you'll need to fix them up a little bit of paid leave and release a statement saying their decision was objectively reasonable to make them feel more comfortable, less like George Zimmerman and more like the police. And then they'll ask you to read them a story, so you read them one. About police who neutralized a threat, who feared for their lives, just like them. So they'll ask to see pictures and you don't show them Tamir or Trayvon. You show them photos of brave men and women who served and protect their people at all costs, just like them. And then they'll want a picture of their own. So they'll ask you for protections and a badge. They'll draw a gun and paint their students of color as targets. And when they're finished with their picture, they want to sign their name with a hashtag. They want to hang it up on your newsfeed, which means more media coverage, a failed indictment, and forgiveness. And while looking at that photo on your newsfeed, they'll realize that they've made an honest mistake, that they were simply trying to protect their students, that what they need is more training. So then they'll ask you for some bullets, and chances are, if they ask you for some bullets, well, they'll probably want a gun to go with it.
If it is seen this thing's hurting, well, why don't you just drop it? Why not?
I can see the pain on my younger brother's face.
Don't be merely satisfied with other people's thoughts or even your own thoughts.
You are the right man and are the wrong type of system. You're already free, my IJ.
If it is seen this thing's hurting, well, why don't you just drop it? Just stop it. Why not? You turn away. Just leave it be. Turn away from it.
Done man and are the wrong type of system. You're already free, my IJ.
Take this example that most things in life you don't have to overcome. It's true or not? Most things in life you don't have to overcome. And also, you don't have to transcend something if you have no interest in it. If something has no meaning, do you have to transcend it? It doesn't even register that it becomes there. The transcendence is usually for something that has some meaning.
Right man and are the wrong type of system. So don't hesitate, my sisters. You're already breathing.
Some things like this. Having seen that all this manifest world, all it appears, is just transition. Everything belongs to the mechanism of the body-mind functioning, and they've abandoned interest in that. Some beings are like this.
I can see the pain on my younger brother's face. He's got these battles fighting every day. But if one thing only leads to another, then what is the point of fighting it? Cause if the tables turn on you, you can turn it right back round again.
Don't be merely satisfied with other people's thoughts or even your own thoughts. What is the weakness of that? That which weaknesses them? In whose presence they appear? Who's this?
You're already free, my IJ. You're already breathing.
You have to find out. Feel it.
So don't hesitate, my sister. Don't hesitate, my sister. Leave Babylon.
Just leave it be.
You're already free.
Revolution on the radio. Hey, what's up? This is Aziza, and you're listening to Liberated Radio. Big up yourself.
Yeah, I think all the place. Rastafari, I listen to the first.
Africa we love. Africa we love. We love, love, love. Say we love. Yes, we love ya. Africa we love. Africa we love. We love, 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 love. Africa we love. Yes, root of creation, mother of a civilization, care of it. Oh, Western exploitation. Your rivers run deep. Your gold is so rich. Yet there's separation in your midst. So I gotta sing like God bless Africa.
But I just love the first.
Yeah, I think all the place Africa.
Yeah, man, that's how we are kick off straight talk tonight. Blessed love and greetings, one and all. If you have been tuned in, hope you've been full join the program. And if you're just tuning, we are so welcome. Blessed good night. Thank you for tuning in.
Africa we love. Africa we love. We love, love, love. Say we love. Yes, we love ya.
Yeah, man, we love Africa.
Africa we love. Africa we love. We love, 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 love. Africa we love. Yes, root of creation, mother of a civilization, care of it.
On them to want to pick along the song. I also play good music for good people, listen now, sir.
Your gold is so rich, yet there's separation in your midst. So I gotta sing like God bless Africa. Tell them I'm about God bless Africa. I wanna let them know, say God bless Africa. God bless Africa. God bless Africa. Garden of Eden, oh, Africa the first. And our people so terrible from the beginning. I'm gonna tell you, hey, land of our night fathers, where your love to be. And our people so black, so great, so mighty. So I gotta sing like God bless Africa. God bless Africa. God bless Africa. I wanna let them know, say, God bless Africa. God bless Africa. Oh yes, God bless Africa. Yeah, yeah.
We have to Black Power TV, liberated radio. Yes, sir.
This nation rules the nation. Gonna tell you about the root of creation, mother of a civilization, care of it, them.
I King Kalonji down in the building.
The Western exploitation. Mama, no. The rivers run deep. The gold is so rich. Yeah, there's suffering God bless Africa. Blessed be thou, Africa. Blessed be thou, Africa. They will love you, they will love you. Yes, we love you, no son, no, we love you.
Yeah, man, and late Van Benjamin.
I belong,
And the band called Midnight.
I belong, Africa, I belong.
She called Mama Africa.
I belong.
That's why I love Africa, cause that's where I belong.
Africa, I belong.
Yes, I am. Oh, damn, Chalice.
And still I call you Mama.
It's up, Father, stay me.
Be ruled, controlled by no young.
That did not go on.
Oh, Africa. And still I call you Mama. With love as my tool. Still I and I must prosper. Oh, Africa. And still I call you Mama. From one of your sons abroad. Oh, I wish I could be back and Basakana. Mama. I keep wishing I could capture love in a bottle and blow it all around.
But cover.
I listen last the first.
Africa, I belong. Africa, I belong. Africa, I belong. Hey, Africa, I belong. Africa, I belong. Africa, I belong. Oh, Africa, and still I call you Mama. May you never be ruled, controlled by no Yankee dollar. Oh, Africa, and still I call you Mama. With love as my tool, still I and I must prosper. Oh, Africa,
Rest of our
I call you Mama.
I love the first.
From one of your sons abroad. Oh, I wish I could be back and Basakana. Mama. I keep wishing I could capture love in a bottle and blow it all around. I keep wishing I could capture justice in America and fling it all around. Ding ding dang way. Justice done sell out to the highest trigger finger of war. Sling ding dang way. When will you them can't nigga stop put trigger on one another? Mama. Them bourgeois black man, they must sit down on the truth, and by your silence you agree. You think so that the dollar is the sample and the example of Jah. You feel you rule with superiority. Spling ding dang way. Justice done sell out to the highest trigger finger of war. Spling ding dang way. When will you never can nigga stop pull trigger on one another? Mama. Africa, I belong. Africa, I belong. Africa, I belong. Hey, Africa, I belong. Africa, I belong. Africa, I belong.
Mama, don't cry. Daddy gone a penitentiary. High man will find a way. We know say things now go easy. So when I man flash it in a foreign with our string guitar and with our empty belly. Man is true ganja hustling. Man put roof and bed under mommy. When we did run it on the local line, full time, I know we musically inclined. I find I keep seeing hard time. We'll never respect nobody. I was going under in. I man start over seeing one more chance, one more shot. True, I'm not ready for the sweet. By and by, I man start over. Glad to be alive. Mama, mama, mama. Oh, Africa, and still I call you mama. May you never be rude, controlled by no Yankee dada. Oh, Africa, and still I call you mama. May prosperity rule. Hey, hey, Africa, I belong, I belong, I belong. Africa, I belong, I belong. Africa, I belong, I belong. Hey, hey, diamond from Africa.
Yes, I am. Africa, where I belong. You see me? And at that, I man want to talk about on straight talk tonight, you know. That sense of belonging. Knowing who you are and where you belong, especially in a them crucial time. You see it? So, yeah, you're in tune to Straight Talk, and we are going to reason some, and we are going to play some Dr. Arikana Chiombre Kwao. You see me? And yeah, you don't know how we do. If you don't have nothing to say, feel free. And you can contact upon YouTube where I stream live. So you can put in the chat there. So Liberated Radio have a chat. Black Iowa TV have a chat. You see me? So much place you can chat. You can link upon Twitter, same way, just tag we at BLAKIWA TV. Yeah. Yeah, man. And we do it like that. You see it? Yeah, man. Bless up everyone tuned in. Yeah, man. Hope your day has been upful. You see it? Cause a late night for we right now. So we have to say has been first. And then for all of the people on the other side of the world will reach tomorrow before we. Yeah, man. We hope Fiona Day coming, you see me, will be upful. There I see it. Yeah, man, because we know so the thing is international and global, and we don't like leaving out anyone, because, yeah, nobody know to feel that left out feeling the Rasta. You see it? I'm going to play something from Uncle Chet. You see me? Yeah. Although Chet also me and big brother, but me feel like more Chet and my big brother, but yeah. Right now, Chet touring with the Wheelers. Heights up yourself, brother. Yeah, man, we love it. It's a good look. You see me? That one I name, it's never easy, you know.
Oh, yeah, it's so true. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's never easy. The times are just getting harder. So true. It's never easy. But I gotta find a way to get over. Oh, yes. It's never easy. The times are just getting harder. It's never easy. But I gotta find a way to get over. A child is born to see it life. You learn to answer life and learn to fight.
This what it can just do to survive. Reality of a ghetto life, boy. Some are hopeless while some are strong. Some have the inner strength to carry on. Some have the inner faith to weather the storms. No matter how Babylon gone, it's never easy. The times are just getting harder. Oh boy, it's never easy. But I gotta find a way to get over. It's never easy. The times are just getting harder. Oh Lord, it's never easy. But I gotta find a way to get over. Oh yeah. A child is born to see it in life. You learn to hustle life and learn to fight. That's what it can just do to survive. Realities of a ghetto life, yes. Some are open, some are strong. Have the inner faith to carry on. Some have the strength just to weather the storms. No matter how Babylon gone, it's never easy. The times are just getting harder. Oh, it's never easy. But I gotta find a way to get over. Oh yeah, but it's never easy. The times are just getting harder. So true, it's never easy. But I gotta find a way to get over. Oh yeah, fire, a child is born to see it in life. Learn to hustle and learn to fight. That's what it can just do to survive. Reality of a ghetto life, yeah. Some are hopeless and some are strong. Some have the inner faith to carry on. Some have the inner strength to weather the storms. No matter how Babylon gone, it's never easy. The times are just getting harder. It's never easy. But I gotta find a way to get over.
I have to find a way to get over.
The times are just getting harder. So true.
I wanna know when you give up and quit and start. Not a nation, yeah.
Oh yeah, singing over and over, over. I got to get over and over.
Up in my trees, you know.
I got to get over and
real draft for that budget that we
I got to get over and over. I got to get over and over. I got to get over and over. I got to get over.
We did not play something from Pentateuch, but yeah, right away.
Rise up, my people, rise up. Rise up, my people, rise up. Let us stand in solidarity to defend what's ours. Every man, woman, and child, every nation. Yeah! All numbers of people be a human sacrifice. Stand up, defend your rights. Oh, mighty race, you can accomplish what you will. Stand up, defend your rights. In a day, they destroyed what took 1,000 to build. Stand up, defend your rights. You may conquer our land, you never kill the will. Stand up, defend your rights. Liberty and democracy are truly expensive, can even cost your life. And those who stand for nothing fall for anything. Father, heal the blinded eyes. The immortal advantage taken of my people. The heaven heard the cries, Savior. Our calamity is so great, patiently the humble wait. How long must my people be that human sacrifice? Stand up, defend your right.
Real talk.
Almighty race, you can accomplish what you will.
Stand up, defend your rights.
They destroyed what took 1,000 to build. Stand up, defend penal institutions to keep us inside, regulating our progress, blocking every forward stride. Let the souls of every living being nationwide feel a shifting of the tide.
Stand up, defend your rights.
Almighty race, you can accomplish what you will. Stand up, defend your rights. In one day, they destroyed what took 1,000 to build. Stand up, defend your rights. You may conquer our lands, you'll never kill the will. Stand up, defend your rights. Put it together, stop being selfish. No more shall we submit. When a champion of court now, equal rights and justice. A voice for the poor man, proclaiming through the music. That which has been afflicted, the soul they put the music. From the hands of the wicked, we are here solidarity. We fighting the pages of history. We writing the pages, we are we. What do you say?
Yeah, man, voice of Bojo. Think call up in my race.
How long must the people be a human sacrifice? Stand up and defend your rights. Almighty race, you can accomplish what you will. Stand up, defend your rights. In one day, they destroyed what took 1,000 to build. Stand up, defend.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Them can conquer our land, but they can never kill the will. You see it? So turn up and defend on the rights. You see it? Yeah, man. Like me saying at night, I want to talk about, just identity. Or, where you belong. Because first you have to know yourself, you know where you belong, right? Yeah, man. And what them call somebody who don't know themselves. You see it? I'm not talking in a figurative sense, Because, or in a metaphysical sense, me are talking in a literal sense. When somebody don't know themselves, they have no memory of who they are. Them say them have amnesia, though. Right? When you have amnesia, you don't know where you belong. If them tell you to go home, you don't know where that is. You don't know from whence you come, and you don't know where you're going. You just is. You see it? No. Yahweh said, as it is with individuals. You see me? So is it of nations. You see it? So you have to look upon that now and say, if people can have amnesia, then nations can have amnesia. Yeah, I see it. So what happens now when a nation have amnesia? When a people have amnesia, and we attack as a people. You see me? Which means that collectively they forget who they are. Collectively they forget from where they came. So collectively they got no idea of where they are going. You see me? Now, if you watch every other set of people in the earth, you see me? Because they try to paint this picture. Say everybody is one. And them try to lose everybody in this uniformness in our earth where them are try to create. You see me? But that is what them preach to you. Because if there's anything I learned about these European oppressors, is that they are the biggest hypocrites. For them style is do what I say, but not what I do. Always. For them style I saw them do things. Do what I say, but not what I do. You see me? So I gotta tell you, say, yo, don't rob, don't steal, don't murder, don't. But everywhere throughout the world, them going at history. Where them do? Them rob, them steal, them murder, collectively. We're not talking about individuals now, you know. You see me? Yeah, man, the whole reason here tonight is about collectives as a people. Because individuals make up people. Your overs, you give your strength and your energy to some collective, even when you are not aware that you are part of that group or collective. For instance, you live in a nation, you see me? And you pay your taxes. The government take your taxes. It builds a nuclear bomb. And it drop the bomb on another nation. Right? The people them of the other nation, them now look upon it and say, the government dropped the bomb upon we. They must say, yo, your entire nation dropped the bomb upon we. Because you give your strength to that collective. You did not try to prevent the bombing. You see me? So even though you might feel, say, boy, you never push no button and do the thing, you overs, you still give some kind of passive or active energy to the thing. Because you're not resist and you're not try to stop it. You see it? So now that we establish that you are a part of the collective, whether you are aware of it or whether you like it or not, let's continue. Yeah, I see. So now, being part of a collective that collectively don't know who they are, right? Don't know where they come from. You see me? You have to ask somebody now to tell you, to remind you of who you are. Because I forget, you know. Amnesia is a losing memory thing. You see me? Want to know overs that too, you know, car. Yeah, that is very important to the reasoning. You see me? It's forget you forget. It's not that you don't know who you are. It's that you forget who you are. So now you need someone to remind you, or you need something to remind you of who you are. You see me? Now when we say something, you might have artifacts, you might have pictures, like, you see me? Things will show you, yeah, bring it back to a collective. I mean, to an individual to illustrate, and then we are going to bring it up to the collective, and we are going to keep the reasoning like that all night. But every time we talk of the individual, it's just an illustration, because like we said, the reasons about the collective is not about the individual. But sometimes to overs things, you know, it is easier to personalize it. Break it down in a terms that you can understand, and then now you can macro scale it as big as you want. Yeah, I see. So Yeah. So now we start with it. Yeah, you need someone or something to remind you of who you are. So the artifacts them know, we are going to remind you of who you are. All of the historical documents where our ancestors, right? And we are say our ancestors, so we are say, so all of our story that our ancestors have written, see? That are going to be one of the things to remind us of who we are. You overs? Yeah. We have to go check family. But that are if you can recognize family. You see me? For family, remind you, say, yo, remember, say, you are Fear son or whatever, and Ray and Tay and yeah. You see me? Because family can tell you them thing there. Friends can tell you them thing there too, but first, let's start with family. You see me? Because family now have a vested interest in you remembering, say, you are part of this family. You see it? But what if your family have amnesia too? Because see it? It's collective, you know. So not just you one. You see me? Grandpa lost in memory, grandma lost fear memory, great grandpa, great grandma. Generations of that are going. You see it? So after 400 years of amnesia, more time when you look upon an African and tell them, say them are African as family, they look at you strange. Understand? Because they have no memory of this. And some are going to accept it and some are going to reject it and say, no, because me no feel, say. Yeah. Because that person now have to be very skeptical, you know. Over as a person where have amnesia have to be very skeptical because them know say any fool can come tell I anything about who I am. So that's why we go back to documents, historical documents first. Things that did written and pictures and things were okay. I know like somebody else I tell this them thing they done set from long time and we can come pre them thing. So this don't have any motive to deceive I that I can see. Cause our story, it come from our family. You see it? They want me to remember who I am. So any documents and that's why it is important to document every day where I go on. Because history get make every day. I'm not say right say, oh, me get up and brush my teeth and but me just say you have to over say you are live history. Every day history is being created. You hear them say, oh, this is a historical moment. Every single moment of your life is a historical moment. You have to get that. I mean, I say, forget that. You have to get that. Every single moment of your life is historical. You see me? History is being created in each moment. Because when it becomes past, now it is a part of history. You have to overs that. Our story. Because his story is his story. Where we are going to get to. So first, yeah, we have to check our story to find out. You know? And then you have all different kind of documents now. You have like pyramids and you have, yeah, artifacts. Like me say, you check all of the artifacts, them where our people would have met now. And you look at it and you say, okay, anything here looks for me familiar. You see me? And you go on until you find something where you recognize and your memory slowly come forward. As with the individual, So it is of the collective, of the people, of the nation, of the race, whatever word you know I use to describe fit uno collective. You see me? I go and use nation. You see me? So now, when the nation come forward now and check out all of the artifacts them and start pray and start learn and start remember. You see me? Them are gonna come up with things where them never sip on the artifact. Kawa. It'll come out of the memory. Now this memory of 400 years of suppressed memory. You see it? And yeah. Me now go down in a how we lose our memory. Even though, yeah, I know something for glass over, but me I say, we all know the story of how we lose our memory and time is off. Yeah. So instead of talk about what we all know already, make we reason about some other things where we can learn from each other, said speak. You see it? But we know, say, the European oppressors take from us now that our historical memory from our people and leave us without that memory. So now, you have a people, no historical memory, so them have knowledge of themselves. You see me? So them don't know how them used to dress. Remember, you know, because when you know yourself, you know, say, this you wear. But now you don't know. So I one can say, yo, you know, say, that pants you fear, that pants are your favorite pants, you know, my youth. I say, for real? All right, I'm put it on, because my favorite pants that. You see me? And then I want to say, yo, and that shirt here, your favorite shirt. Because you try to catch a memory, you try to catch some kind of feel to remind you of yourself, you know. So you're get in at the mind space as an individual and then as a collective. Because you are trying to mime out things that people say you used to do. To try to find that memory within it, within yourself. To remind you, say, yeah, this is me. I them thing I me like. You see it? So you go try on the pants and say, yeah, my favorite pants this. Me catch your energy off my pants. And then you try on the shirt and you try to catch your energy off my shirt and you look by yourself in the mirror now. And you're trying to think, have I ever seen this image before of myself in this? You see it? Yeah, man. So may I say, in order now, if you take with a person the identity, you have to go strip them off them dress. You see it? The food where we eat now, you see me? Certain time I smell certain food, certain time I taste certain food, it remind me of my childhood. Me don't know why. You see me? Me can't explain to you the science behind it. All certain grade of ganja, like, yo, when me smell certain herb, it bring me back to when me a little picnic to the first time me smell ganja. Me not telling a lie. I don't know, every ganja smells so. You see me? But there are certain tastes and certain scents where carry you forward. So even them thing they know. If you are going to remove a person's identity, if you are going to strip it from them, because remember, you know, we are saying this amnesia is intentional now. We are saying we already know how we lost the memory, but we have to point out say it was intentional. It wasn't by accident. I never lick we head and lose the memory. That happened to individuals. Them things they don't happen to collectives. Collectives lose their memory through systematic erosion of them history, tradition, and culture. You know, have to know that. It not happen over one day. It happens over a period of time. You see me? So them take away all of your original taste them from you. Them take away. They're gonna take away everything from you that would remind you of who you are. You see it? Me have to remove all of the family them, all of the documents them, all of the artifacts them that would remind you of who you are. Imagine, you know, if you keep a people in a amnesia for hundreds of years. You have to remove the food, the clothing. Come here, I said there are so many ways. Check the individual. You try to remind them of themselves. I show you, say, you can dress them in the shirt, give them the food, like you start give them all of them favorite things and make them try catch a memory. Now, if you don't want them to know who them are and you try keep them from themselves. You see me? Don't you have to remove all of that from without them sphere of even getting it, so they might buck up in it one day. After you dress them like clown, them go one day and them see a pants and them say, wait, me don't know you know about other pants them I like, you know. And then when them try it and them catch a energy and them say, yo, or them walk past and them smell all something in a restaurant and them say, yo, go in here, sir. I want to cook in here, sir. You see me, you start to investigate because something you find something familiar. You don't know why, but something in you say, yo, this is familiar. So if I go keep you from having your identity now, I have to keep all these things from you. You see me? So me just want to go on meds pan that for a little bit. Yeah, cause I only just say, and yeah, we know say time need for process more time on them thing there, and I will go on. You see me? So we are gonna take some time, make it go on process and come forward. All right, before the budget, me did have a tune I'm gonna play. Draw for that and play it. Yeah. You're in tune to Straight Talk. It's up all of the people them tuned in. Yeah, man, if you don't have anything to say, feel free to add whatever you want to have to the conversation or the reasoning. And if you don't have any questions, feel free to ask also. Yeah. A interactive media, you know. 2019 Sinting, 2020 Sinting.
Yeah. One day I'll be going home to see His Majesty on His throne. I will walk the streets of gold. Oh, Mama Africa, we're coming home. Oh, yeah. Oh, Mama Africa, we're coming home. The gates of hell will not prevail. When the black star line has set us sail, and we'll be free from all these chains. Oh, ja. Oh, Mama Africa, we're coming home. Oh, yeah. Oh, Mama Africa, we're coming home. I say the people have been fighting and struggling. Oh, the people have been fighting and struggling. So we got to break these chains, step on board the Zion train. Oh, Mama Africa, we're coming home. Oh, Mama Africa, we're coming home.
One day I'll be going home to see His Majesty on His throne. I will walk the streets of gold. Oh, Mama Africa, we're coming home. Oh, yeah. Oh, Mama Africa, we're coming home. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, Mama Africa, we're coming home. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, Mama Africa, we're coming home. Oh, Mama Africa, we're coming home. Home to Haiti, oh, to the land of Kemet, I say, Jah, Rastafari, I listen to the first.
Make a joyful noise unto Jah. Come before our Father we singing, exalt your name, for this must be our food. For we were brought here in captivity, Rastaman bound in chains and chains, and we were God's slaves. And they lost us out, I must have done set us free. Let us see home, the land where we belong. But not thyself because of evil doers, neither you be and all.
Yeah, man, I support all of the listeners. I
by himself shall set us
King Kalonji Sounds.
free from all pain.
Meditation Thursdays, you know. Straight talk, that segment your name.
We're brought here in captivity, Rastaman bound in chains, and we were God's slaves. And they left us out.
A clean edge music, cleansing music. So listen to Teach Venting at the song, you know, behold the land where we belong. A culture, give me some culture.
But we were brought here in captivity, bound in guilt and chains, and we were God's slaves. And then
I remember we saying, you know, we're talking about belonging, you know.
let us be home, the land where we belong.
But my life, we follow the reasoning step by step, you know. So we don't lose no one, at least we try not to. So before you know where you belong, you have to know who you are. Because if you don't know who you are as an individual, you can't go home. You see it? You stay straight forever. You can't go home because guess what? You forget where home is. So now either somebody are going to come claim you, like them claim last dog and puppy and them sitting there. You see me? Yeah, man, either somebody have to go come claim you and say, yo, you know, say, our family this, like me say, your family have to come claim you. Always start with family, you see it? Family come, I said, nah, man, I owe a flesh of this man. Bring all kind of proof, come show the authorities or whoever and claim you. Or bring the proof to show you, because you go skeptical. Because I'm sure say I know one or two people try to claim you. And when you go, you realize, say, yo, but them people are crook rasta. Yeah, man, I don't know them people at all. You see it, I lie them people, I tell them people I don't know me. Yeah, you have to go look out for people who want to exploit you. So, as it is with an individual again, so it is of the collective. So now you don't know yourself, right? You see it. Don't know where you belong. As a people, as a nation. Who are going to claim you? Nobody no step up, come claim I. The whole world turn them back on I as a people. You see it? Nobody no claim I. Yeah, man, everybody exclude. In every nation, I people go. Every nation where people look like I on earth. You see me? I people not integrated in the population. Nobody no claim I. Those are the Africans or whatever name them want give I. You see it? Whether them have a caste system like India where it's pronounced or they don't. It is just a fact that across the world nobody no claim I people. You see me? But guess what? I people not feel no way about that. Nobody can claim I people. Because I people are the original people. And only I can claim I people. But then no, like me say, when them brainwash the amnesia upon grandma and grandpa, everybody know. It become kind of sticky, because who for claim I people when I people don't even recognize I people. You see me? So it become problems there, so. So you have some people over here, so I say, yeah, we are African, and you have some African over there, so I say, no, I'm not African. And them things are realities. You see me? Them now claim you. But that are some, you know. Because, yeah, we are going to get, anyway, we now get ahead of ourselves. So now we are saying, as a people, every people, because as some know say we different as a people, because nowhere in the earth, our people is accepted into them. You see me? And what I mean by that, in every nation of the earth, them have a name for nigger. In every language, them have for them way for sure say, we is not part of them. You over so me say. So me know say, we not part of none of them people. But like me say, I no feel no way about that. Because I remember who I be still, and I know say I are the original people. We have whether we want to claim them or not. You see me? But them can't claim we unless them are going to say, yo, that's our parents. You overs. Because every nation of people come on earth come see I people. Every nation on earth come on earth come see I people. You see me? We can tell you where them people come from. Nobody can tell you where we come from. Because nobody never there here when we come here. Them come here, come see us here. These are the things where them try hide from us or them try take from our memory. Cause guess what? When you call yourself Jamaican, how long now we there Jamaica? 400 years, 500 years, no, it hasn't been 500 years, so 400 years. So when we call ourselves Jamaica and we sit down upon that, you understand? A 400 year of history we have, but I know we call ourselves that. Because we have collective amnesia as a people. Everybody need a name to respond to. So you don't have a name? Let me give you a name. And like how them give you individual names, so we have them surname, what them call surname. Yes, sir, I know, sir. I have sir's name. You over, so may I say. That are the name where them give your daddy and your daddy and all them things. Then no, you come and say, okay, you give that name to your children and you hold on to that. No, that is master's name. That is sir's name. That was never our name. But as them do that as individual, collectively them do that to I as a people. So them say, all right, una Haitian over here, so. You see me? Even though, you know, all I people them when they drop a Haiti, them never see themselves as one people. No, because remember, you know, in Africa we had all our different little traditions and cultures and all of them things there. You see me? So as the Zulu, no, we are the Zulu and we see the other people them over there. So we don't have no animosity, and sometimes we might have little animosity and them thing there. But may I say, as a large part, like we are looking at ourselves as our culture and our tradition, as so we identify ourselves. You understand? Because so a people identify themselves, you know. And yeah, I get that head of my reasoning right this a while ago, but yeah. Because we don't reach how you identify yourself yet, because you still don't know. Or you still forget who you are, because you do know. That is my contention. You have to know. Yeah, because that is the only way you can remember, is if you did already know. You see it? So now may I say, in order to keep the people in amnesia, you have to take them away from them home. Because everything in your home is going to remind you of home. You see me? I have to take you away from your family. I have to make your family forget you in some way. I have to strip you of everything we are going to remind you of yourself. Your language, everything. You see me? And then now, when you don't know who you are, we have to go give you a name. We have to go give you some clothes. We have to go give you some food to eat. Everything that we take away from you, you know, your rituals and them things the way them would have called religion, but are really our rituals, because we don't have religion. It's like, it's a spirituality. If we have we are life, because if you are Ashanti, Ashanti is like everything is Ashanti. It's not like, oh, it's a religious thing, or your overs, your religion is Ashanti. Yeah, we know what I call religion. But anyway, so now everything that they strip away from you, them have to go give you something. And them have to go convince you. You see me? Notice the con, you know. Them have to go convince you that these things are you and yours. And then now, you have to go take it on a leap of faith. You have to go believe. Because you don't know. Or you forget. So you think you don't know. So you have to go believe so these things are you. So now when you take on all these things and these names and these things that them give you, you know, all these plantation names, just like how you have surname, you have the name of the plantation where you belong to also. Because within the plantation, you know, a surname you use. and outside the plantation. But then when them say, what plantation you belong to? You say, I belong to the Johnson's plantation. I belong to, you know? Yeah. It over such and such in that region. And yeah. So I saw them pass away out and I saw them divide we up after them. Push us all together. You see me? So now, without this memory, because collectively we don't know who we are. We can't go on. You're just in a place and you're there, son. Something about it just not comfortable and just. Yo, the reason why Babylon feels so blood clot hard is because we don't belong here in our Rasta. May I tell you that, you know? Because I have actually been to some place where, yo, when I walk, I just feel like I belong. I've never felt that feeling ever in my life because I've never been home before. And that's a wicked thing for do to our people. You see me? But I always hear people that say Africa are home, and yeah, me also say that, but no. It's not a set thing. It's when you feel it, like me feel like I remember, I feel like I've been here before. That memory. I don't know where I remember that from. Cause I know I say, yo, me never. But like me say, a 400 and plus odd years of suppressed memory. So then things are going to start come to you where you can't explain how you know. Because remember, you know, you're forgetting and you forget so long you don't even remember that you didn't know. But then it just come forward to you like, yo, remember this, you know, but I can't remember when. And you hear people say them things that, yo, I can't remember when I remember him from or when I remember that from her. But me just know, say, yo, me see that before her. Yeah. As it is with an individual, so it is with a collective. So now me I say, them keep us from all these things. So them telling us, say, yo, don't go to Africa. You see me? You're going to catch AIDS. Well on. Mosquito, malaria going to kill you. Yellow fever, all kind of thing. They might tell you, don't go, you know. They don't tell their children, don't go. Me tell you, so them people are hypocrite, you know. And them are go Africa, cause you hear Trump say, him friends go to Africa to get rich. Yeah. Hear them thing there. So they go. While them are discourage you from go. So after them tell you them thing, they know. If you still feel like something in your some memory still a pull you, and you still say, yo, if not, them tell me about famine and drought and people are going to nyam me over there. And yeah, all these things that them tell you about Africa, see? And your mind still override that programming and you still feel like you want to go. When you walk and see the plane price, you say, bumbo cloud, but me can't afford that trip, you Rasta. Oh, me I go reach Africa. You see it? God, they make everything to discourage you from God here. Yeah. You see me? Europe and certain place just as far. And you will see all sail for all $3.99 to all Spain and all them things that me I say, yo. So hold on. So when me $3.99 to Ghana there. But people know say it's cheap to fly to Europe and it's cheap to fly from Europe to Africa. You see me? Because I saw them do it. Them a fly from Europe to Africa. And them a fly to Europe and them want you go Europe go spend money over there. You see me? So all you do, you just book your flight to Europe, someplace in Europe, stay there too, and you have your next flight booked for go Africa same way and you save a little change. So there I see it. So yeah, for overs them thing like me say the game rigged against us. So you have to know how the system set on. Yeah. But like we said, all of the things with them discourage you from now. You have to start investigate. Because No, you are privy to them agenda. If you never did know, you can't say, we that I are telling you tonight. You see me? Yeah. So no, you're privy to them agenda. So a lot of the things that them tell us say, no, you don't like and you don't want that and you don't want. You have to go find out why them say that. Is it because of something where going to remind me of me? You see me? So them tell you to stay away from them. Say, yo, don't listen to Malcolm and this, and them tell us to stay away from certain ancestors and certain elders, and them just scandal and blackball certain things. Them say, oh, voodoo, obia, and all kind of sitting on if you stay away from it, and a wicked thing and black magic and yeah, everything African. Them just try put some kind of fear or some kind of prejudice or something within you. Remember me say it is a systematic thing, you know, and it's an intentional thing, you know, and it is placed there so that it keep you saying Lord Jesus and all these things. Because once you come in encounter with certain of these things, you're going to look upon for them things and say, but you know, say, me I force this for myself and me now feel it, and me go around here and me hear the drummer beat, and yo, me see the African them do them thing, me don't know where them do, but yo, me did I feel that, you know, higher. You see it? Because of the memory that I come up. So, them have to discourage you from all of them sin thing there. You see me? So, them have to go spread all kind of malicious rumor, and listen, for all of the adults out there who are sensible, thinking people. Don't make nobody prejudice you against anything or anyone. Investigate it for yourself. You see me? Yeah, man. Stop make people telling you a fool and telling you things. When you don't know, anybody will tell you anything. That's why I say, yo, we have to record our times. So we have the story for our youths when them come, so they know what happened in these times. Tell them about the police brutality and all these things that happen in these times. Because them now go record it and them now go tell it to the children and to the youths and even to your generation to come, you know. And it is not their duty to do that either. So I'm now ask them to do it, and I'm now put it and say, oh, it is their responsibility or the onus is on them to do it. No. I know that with the pan. You see me? Me I say, our job that, our duty that, as well as to keep the stories of our ancestors that reminded us of who we are. Because them couldn't hide it all. Because that was the other thing, our ancestors were prolific. You see me? Yeah, man. In a just them production of artifacts and things. And that is why some of us still know ourselves. We have, so much things our ancestors leave to remind with. And once one get reminded, him call him brethren and him show it to him brethren and him remind him brethren to, and I saw the thing grow. You see it? Yeah, man. Garvey said Africa is not dead, only sleeping. Well, slowly by slowly, collectively, we are wake up. You see it? And we are being reminded of who we are. You see it? The amnesia, something there. So, yeah. Like me say, I have something from Dr. Eric Khan of a place, so I'm not going to talk about the whole show and the whole night and thing. But I something I want to just pray. Identity and where you belong. Who are you? What is your home? Not as an individual, but collectively. You see me? Is your culture only 400 years old? You see me? So when the next man tell us that him there for 2,000 years and all of that, and when you check back to your historical culture and you can't find it, you look upon him like him is some kind of superior a being, cause him there longer and you feel like him can tell you where you belong now, cause he knows these things. You overs, but me I say him don't know you. Him come here, come see you. Him can't tell you nothing about you. Even though him study you hard, you know. I study we hard, study us hard. Cause are we there the longest? So there are certain things that we know. We know how to survive on this planet. We are here for billions of years. You see me? So they must study us to figure out how we, but at the same time, they must try forget us, we forget, say, yeah, we are the original inhabitants of this planet. You see me? Like me say, it is our duty to bring back balance to this. Cause I and I own, we the creator, they give it to first. Put this up. You see me? Yeah. So we can't make nobody come mash up the thing. Because it was given to us. Over as what I say, it's not no superior thing. Me just say it is our duty to keep a balance in this to make sure say everything else that was put here can live here comfortably. And that are our duty. When you know yourself and you know where you belong, you're going to know your purpose and you're going to know your duty collectively. And that what they have to do. You see it? And there's so much imbalance. And it is not surprising because the original inhabitants of this, the caretakers of this, they don't know who they are, or they think they don't know who they are, so them forget them duties and them forget what them for do. You see it? So, are some things to the item for Chopan? Yeah? Yeah, man. The ancestors, so if you know thyself, you know? Yeah? And they have left several things to remind us of ourselves. So may I say, you have to investigate. And Africa have several cultures. Like when I say several, I should have say, yo, thousands and tens of thousands of different cultures. You can find your self-expression in a one of them sitting there and stuff. But you have to investigate and you're going to feel it. Because like I say, it's a memory thing. It's going to come from within you. You're going to say, yo, you know, I say, yeah. That this feel familiar, like this feel right to me. Like when I do this, me feel like, yeah, I made this. Yeah. Instead of trying to force other people things on yourself and your spirit and you know you not feel it and you try to convince yourself to feel it, so you have to convert and all these cans when them put on you. You see me? With them can book. But me I say, yo, shake off them can and find yourself, you know. Yeah. Go back to your family to remind you of who you are. Me I say, at 2020, enough knowledge is out there for you if you know say Africa are your family. No matter how lost you are in the sauce right now, enough knowledge is out there that you should know that Africa is our family. So may I say you have to go forward to Africa now to find out what is our culture and traditions that remember. But do remember, say, while them was stripping us of that memory here, me say they were doing the same thing there, so they wouldn't be able to recognize us. So them don't even recognize themselves more time. They are running away from the original African traditions as fast as they can in some places in Africa. So we just say when you look to Africa, make sure you look to traditional Africa for your expression. Find where you belong. Take a trip. Yeah. You see it. All right. I eat that for tonight. I go play a song, and then I go play something from Dr. Chiombe Kwao. And yeah, because when we find knowledge, we have to share it, you know. And since I have a platform where I can share certain knowledge and things, and yeah, YouTube is a huge platform, so whole heap of things I might find, you might not find on it, and things that you might find, I might not find on it. You see it? Because I saw it vast. So when you find something that is worthy of sharing, honor to share it. Notice me say, worthy of sharing. Because enough things wanna share out the Rasta. Stevie, they are laugh. All right, I'm not gonna say nothing more, Rasta. Yeah, yeah, man. I'm gonna behave myself for the rest of the night. I play a tune, and then I gonna make my elder speak. You see it? Yeah. Peter. I feel like this is a two-part reasoning. So next time we are gonna pick up on the identity and that, yeah, cause I don't feel like the reasoning done. Well, I know it's not finished. So class is in session next week with the continuation of this lecture, yeah? 10 p.m. same way. Although we're there from the love hour. Take me away from mama long before I was born. What a wicked Accra star. Think about doing that to a baby. Premature. Yo, you lack certain. You see me? You lack whole heap of things because you never come to full term within your mother. Now imagine a people who are 400 years, 500 years premature. And I have to expand on the thinking and the way you look at things. Try them best to hide mama. What we search and we find. I know we find, we're happy to share.
There's so much
beauty. Yeah. In you there's so much light. Yeah. In you there's so many kingdoms. Yeah. To me it's out of sight. Yeah. Oh, I will do mama. Yeah. Mama Africa. Yeah. Long time no see you, mama.
Think about the things that identify you. This is on the homework. Think about the things that identify you as an individual. Historical or artifact. Or historical or artifact. And then apply that to you as a people and see if you still have them things as a people. If not, you know what you have missing and what you need to reclaim. You see it?
You're the maker of diamonds. You're the maker of words. Yeah. And the maker of all precious stones. And I say, oh, are you doing my sweet mama? Mama Africa. Long, long, long.
Yeah, man, the Indian God look like him. The Chinese God look like him. The European God look like him. Does your God look like you? Or is that something that was taken from you and hidden from you too? I did say we don't stop. No.
Long time I see you, mama. You're my mother, Africa. You're my father, Africa.
Well, I must say it was just homework, you know. So that is part of the homework, something to think about. Yeah. Mama Africa, how are you doing, my sweet mama? Long time we not see you, my mama. You see me? Land history. All right.
So it's beautiful to listen to our children talk about the African Union, the model African Union. But I ask you children to take it a little bit further. It doesn't end with just a conversation about corruption in Africa. The bigger corruption in Africa is coming from outside. Try flying low over the DRC. You're gonna see tarmacs in the middle of the jungle. You're gonna see 747s flying into the DRC, picking up minerals and flying right outside the country. Do you think those multinationals are going to wanna see peace in the DRC? Do you think they're going to wanna see peace in South Sudan? No. A stable Africa is an Africa that cannot be exploited. So they will see to it that there will never be peace in Africa by any means necessary, unless you come to the table and do something about it. For a continent that doesn't have a single gun manufacturing company, we simply have endless supply of guns. How? How is this okay that Africa continues to be exploited to this extent? How is it okay that the world has watched as France is taking cold, hard cash out of Africa? How is this okay? I want to know. United Nations, answer that. Secretary General Guterres, answer that. When you all meet every year in New York, what are you talking about? That is our reality as Black people. And only we can change that. I am very encouraged by the president of Benin. He has put in a formal request for all the bank reserves his country has deposited with France. So to France, I say, we are watching you, France. There better not be a coup in Benin, because that is your modus operandi. There better not be any instability in Benin, because that is your modus operandi. I'm hoping that the rest of the West African countries, quote unquote, former African colonies, can also demand a refund of their deposits. Africa is on the move. Let's join hands. Let's support those countries in what they have started. And since I'm standing here in a historical Black college, that education and understanding is start with you, our youth. This is a fight that I know very well that we will not be able to finish. But golly, we want to make sure that you understand fully what is going on. So when we pass the baton, you understand the issues. No more shall we continue to be ignorant. Our eyes are open. We know our Africa. We are going to reconnect with our roots. African Americans, you must understand there is a void that is deep in each and everyone's subconscious. It is a void that affects everything you do. First, you must understand you have that void. In this country, with the exception of the American Indians, everybody is a foreigner. And everybody has their roots outside the United States. And the rest of the races are connected to their roots, with the exception of the African Americans. You're too busy running away from your roots. You're busy denying who you are. Well, guess what? It is what it is. You are an African, and Africa is home. And the sooner you wake up and realize and accept that Africa is home, the sooner you're going to feel that void. For as long as that voice is in you, you're always going to be like a ship without an anchor. The wind blows this way, here you go. The wind blows the other way, here we go. Find your base. Go home. Africa is where you belong. And Africa is where your roots are. Thank you. But as I began to make a diagnosis, I analyzed the situation, and my final assessment was that the ignorance that the world has about Africa is the disease that I must fight. So I set out to have a plan, and I began implementation. Because it is only when that disease is treated, it is only then and only then can we embark on a true healing path for Africa and her children. I'm going to ask you one question. If I were to ask you right now, all of you, what color is the devil? I want you to answer that question to yourself. And I'm going to pause for 2 seconds. Let me guess. Most of you said black, didn't you? And then I'm going to ask you another question. What color are the angels? Let me guess. Most of you said white. Who has seen either? And yet we accept it. So you take a group of people, you say the color black is associated with the devil. Everything bad is black. You wear black to go to funerals. The villains in the movies are black. Everything undesirable is black. You take a group of people and say, you too are black. No matter how we try as black mothers to raise our children at home and tell them you're black and you're beautiful, the minute they step foot outside that door, they are immersed in nothing but negativity about that which they represent. How do you raise a child with good self-esteem in such a world? Then I took it back a step further. So growing up in my village in Zimbabwe, the British did not come to Zimbabwe until 1896. Prior to that, we had our own gods that we worshipped. We had spirit mediums who were our intermediaries to the higher power. They had no color until the British arrived. Then the British began to, you can remember the missionaries were sent to Africa to teach us how to read, but not how to reason. So we're programmed to receive that which they wanted us to receive. And so one of the things they taught us was the issue of black and white. Remember, like 1896 in my country, we did not have those colors. And I was not referred to as black, I was African. But somehow we were just told that you're black. And then the other race is white. And then the other race, you take white color, you say white is pure, the angels are white, you wear white to go to weddings, you wear white for christening, and then you take another group of people and say, you're white. So the children are raised that you're beautiful, everything that you represent is perfect, and when they step outside the door, the world validates what they are being told at home. Now you take these two children. One is surrounded by nothing but negativity about that which they represent. The other is surrounded by nothing but positivity about that which they represent. How do you expect these children to look at themselves as equal? These are some of the subliminal messages that are being passed on to our children. And in my own assessment, and when you look at it from the African point of view, it explains why some of our leaders, people who are supposed to represent us, when they sit across the table with others who don't look like them, they automatically feel inferior. It is a serious problem. It affects our ability to feed our children as mothers. It affects our ability to provide for us children to go to school, provide good healthcare systems, provide good infrastructure. It starts right there. The failure to stand up and defend that which you believe in, and defend that which is blatantly wrong. 1884. After the colonizers had been running around our continent of Africa, they wondered how they were going to defeat these people. You see, you got to understand, before the Greek civilization, before the Roman Empire, there was Africa. The pyramids were built 2,500 years before the Greek civilization. Have you ever wondered why the Greek philosophers, the mathematicians, where were they sent for training, for education, for retraining? They were sent to Africa. Why were they sent to Africa? Because civilization, as we know it, began in Africa. Civilization was in Africa before they had it in Europe. You see, the history books choose to begin history from here going forward. What they don't tell you is that even the English language is based on the Yoruba language. Humanity, as we know it, began in Africa. Without the African, there would not be any other races. It's just a simple fact. So they came together and set out a plan. Prior to 1884, you gotta remember, Africa was made up of powerful kingdoms. The countries that we know as African countries today did not exist. So if you're going to be doing your DNA testing, I urge you, don't settle for I'm from Nigeria. Settle for what is my kingdom. Yes, I'm a proud member of the Monomotapa kingdom. Are you an Ashanti? Are you from the Benin kingdom? That's who we were before the Berlin Conference. So why did they meet in 1884 at the invitation of the then Chancellor of Germany, Bismarck? Bismarck said, let's all come together. We, the colonizers. Because keep in mind, at that time, they were beginning to fight each other over how to distribute what they had looted from the Africans. So you see, the French would loot from the Africans, then the British would come and then loot from the French, what the French had looted from the Africans, and then the Belgians would come, they would loot from the British, what the British looted from the French, that the French looted from the Africans. They were getting ready to have a European war on the African soil. So Bismarck called his sidekick, the then King of Belgium, and said, let's meet in Berlin. Let's strategize on how we can effectively loot from the Africans in a unified way that does not lead us into a war. So they met in Berlin to strategize on how to see to it that Africa and her children are forever defeated and dominated. Make no mistake about that. I repeat, they met in Berlin from November of 1884 to February of 1885 to strategize on how to effectively see to it that Africa and
remember, I'm telling it intentional,
were defeated and dominated. That was 135 years ago. Fast forward 2019, the strategy remains in place today. History tells us that they set across from big old map of Africa. They proceeded to chop Africa up into tiny little economies that we see today. Tiny economies that clearly cannot survive on their own. Tiny economies that should they survive, like Black people always do, they're easy to destabilize. And then after they chopped up these little countries, they often say the divisions were so arbitrary that husband and wife were in bed, and when they woke up in the morning, the husband was in Zambia and the wife was in Malawi. And the assignments of these countries to the colonizers were also done in a way that they would provide maximum destruction. I often say, have you ever pictured driving from Zambia? You're speaking English. Pretty soon, you're in Angola. You're speaking Portuguese. A little north, you're in DRC. You're speaking French. Go a little west, you're in Equatorial Guinea. You're speaking Spanish. A little further north, you're in southern Cameroon. You're speaking English. Keep going north. Now you're in northern Cameroon. You're speaking French. A little west, now you're in Nigeria. You're speaking English. You see, give it a couple of generations, people who were once one will not know each other because they now speak a different language. They now have borders. They now have a different flag, and each one with their own anthem.
See it? Yeah, man, that intentional taking away your identity. You see it? Like me say, as it was done to us here, you know, them a do it to them there. Take to them identity and I create new identities and for them. Anyway, continue.
People who were once one, completely divided up. It was all by design. Then they take those little economies and gave them the same sovereignty on the world stage as the big boys. How do you take Central Africa Republic and put Central Africa Republic on the same stage with China and say negotiate? How do you take Malawi and put Malawi in the same room across from India and say negotiate? How do you take Djibouti and put them in the same room with the United States and say negotiate? Africans are defeated before the game even begins. I often use an example of taking my poor husband, if you knew him, and put him in the same boxing ring with Mike Tyson. He said, my husband will collapse before he even gets on the stage. And when he collapses, it's like, what's wrong with you, Dr. Carl? Can't you fight Mike Tyson? The world is not fair. So when we find ourselves being thrown, oh, African leaders are corrupt. Oh, that's a big one. They will hit you with that every time. And every time it's supposed to be a conversation stopper about Africa. You see, after they divided us up into the tiny little economies that we are today, then between 1958 and 1961, they started giving us quote unquote independence. France did something absolutely deplorable. Made the former, and I'm going to use the word former loosely, French colonies, because they still are colonized, sign a document which they called the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. Dig this. On one hand, we're giving you your independence, but on the other hand, sign this document that you are agreeing to continue to be colonized. So two countries said, no way, Jose, we aren't doing this, Guinea and Mali. The French could not understand it. How could an African country dare not want to be affiliated with France? So in their anger, history tells us that they went into those two countries, took everything that they thought they had brought, To hear Mugabe put it, they even took the last teaspoon and the last chair, proceeded to pour concrete into the sewage pipes, completely devastating the two economies. This was also done as a way of letting the other countries know that should you refuse to sign this document, this is the fate that awaits you. So the rest of the country signed. Fast forward 2019, the pact for the continuation of colonization remains in place. What is special about this? The pact for the continuation of colonization said, 1, you Africans, you do not know how to manage your money. You shall deposit 85% of your bank reserves with the French Central Bank under the control of the French Minister of Finance. The French government will take all your monies, collectively invest your monies in the French stock market under the French name. And you don't have to know what the returns are. Should you wish to access some of your money, keep in mind that countries are now left with only 15% of their reserves. You have to submit your country's financial report. And if approved, you get to access up to 20% of your deposits from the previous year as a loan at commercial interest rates. I'm going to repeat that. Should you want to access some of your own money, you have to submit your own country's financial report. And if approved, you get it as a loan at commercial interest rate. So you go from having a humongous credit with France to now owing France for borrowing your own money, a loan that you'll never be able to finish paying. They also said, all your minerals discovered and yet to be discovered, French companies have the first right of refusal. You go to those countries today, all major contracts, French companies have the first right of refusal. The water supply, the power supply, the mining fixtures, the oil rigs, roads construction, airports, French companies have the first right of refusal. If anything is left, the people in your country may get it. They also said, your military can only be trained by France. You can only purchase military equipment from France. France shall have military presence in your country and can invade your country without notice if France feels that her interests in your country are being violated. What constitutes a violation? If you decide to pull from the pact. Keep in mind, as part of the financial situation, France also created a special currency just for West African countries and Central African countries that is called a CFA. And then France is the only country that can print your money. So a violation would constitute an African leader saying, I no longer want my money printed by France. I'm going to start printing my own money. That's a violation, and it can call for France invading your country. In the past many years, we've had 67 coups in Africa out of 26 countries. Of the 26 countries, the coups, 16 coups, 16 countries were former French colonies. To date, 22 African leaders were assassinated during a coup, documented all of them. France was behind it, simply because France felt they were quote unquote threatening French interests by wanting to pull out of this horrible, horrible pact. 2019, nothing has changed. Countries are still depositing their funds to France. French companies still have first right of refusal. So if you are an African president, newly appointed, your first day in office, your chief of staff comes to you and reads to you the do's and don'ts as stipulated by the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. Mr. President, you have given up your financial resources. You have given up control of your natural resources. You have given up your military. What power do you have? May I take you back to the question? When people start the conversation with corruption in Africa, I give it to you. I'm not disagreeing. We have corruption in Africa, but who doesn't have corruption on earth? Which country, which continent, which region is free of corruption? And yet what happens in Africa, so much light is shone on it. And when the same thing happens elsewhere, it's minimized. You see, I liken to today, because of the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization, France alone, that little bitty country, is taking out of Africa over $500 billion. Over $500 billion. And by the time they finish investing that money into French stock market, they're realizing trillions of dollars in any given year. Park that. The watchdogs for corruption are saying out of Africa, 50 billion gets out of the continent from corruption. Now you got two thieves. You have a thief with a briefcase with 50 billion and another thief, a small thief, with a briefcase with 500 billion. Which thief are you going to go after? The world wants you to be stuck with a thief with 50 billion and not the thief with 500 billion that's going to become trillions of dollars. Do you quickly realize how the 50 billion becomes a crumb under the table? And we are meant to fight each other for which one of the brothers has gotten a larger chunk under the table. So that way we never have to get on the table and talk about not a 3-course meal, not a 5-course meal, not a 10-course meal. I call it a 100-course meal going on the table. The question I have is, why has it been so difficult for us as Africans to say enough is enough? How long are we going to keep watching this carnage go on and we say nothing? It goes back to the mind, goes back to that fear. It goes back to that sense of inferiority. And I go back to the diagnosis I made when I went to Washington, that until we Black people understand that we are suffering from the legacy of colonization, that we are suffering from the legacy of slavery, that while we may have lost the shackles of in our legs and our hands, the shackles of the mind continue. Until we realize that we are a wounded people and we need healing, nothing about our circumstances is going to change. We are sick people. But to be sick, first you must realize and accept that you're sick. How do you go to the doctor if you don't think you're sick? We're not only in the doctor's waiting room on an outpatient basis. We're not even in the hospital in a general ward. As Black people, we are in the intensive care. And we need to realize that. United Nations. It is a body that's supposed to be the watchdog for human rights violations. France is on the UN Security Council. And you see me pick up on France. There are other colonizers too. who are still colonizing Africa. But France did something extraordinary through this pact. We're talking cold, hard cash out of Africa. That we must stop. And immediately, we must do that. So France remains as a member of the UN Security Council. And yet France today remains one of the biggest perpetrators of human rights violations in Africa. And everybody is giving it, the world is giving it a blind eye. France remains the biggest risk to peace and security in Africa today. And nobody is talking about it. So I decided that if I am going to deliver on my mandate as the African Union representative to the United States, our people must know the truth and nothing but the truth. That no more shall we continue to be fed lies or fed information that the powers that be feel we must know, and stop there. We will know the truth. And so it is. My first video was addressed to the African diaspora to precisely put things in perspective, starting with the Berlin Conference, the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. 1963, when our Pan-African leaders got together in an effort to undo the Berlin Conference, but they failed. Because when they went to Addis Ababa at the invitation of Emperor Haile Selassie, they were divided. We had the Pan-African group that said, Africa for the Africans, African Union now. There were only 7 countries: Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. The rest were the nationalists, the Monrovia group. They said, let's go slow. So it is, they won. We often say Africa lost when the Pan-African group, the Casablanca group, lost. Year in, year out, the leaders came up with a compromise which they called the Organization of African Unity. They meet twice a year to discuss issues pivotal to the continent. The issue of an Africa speaking with one voice was tabled at every summit. And year in and year out, they failed to reach consensus until March of last year, 2018, when we finally agreed on what we are now calling the African Continental Free Trade Area. Where Africa is now saying enough is enough. Africa must speak with one voice. That's the only way for Africa to take her place on the world stage, is when Africa enters the world stage as one giant Africa. So it is July this year, the African heads of states officially launched the African Continental Free Trade Area. And beginning July next year, Africa, the sleeping giant, will enter the world stage as one customs union. It's been a long journey. I call it a 700-year courtship, and that goes back to when the colonizers first came to Africa. I'm calling it a 56-year pregnancy. That's when our Pan-African leaders met in 1963 and started the conversation about a united Africa speaking with one voice. The baby is now born, and her name is the African Continental Free Trade Area. You see, the children of Africa must realize that now we need diapers, we need formula. There are going to be sleepless nights. This baby is going to cry. This baby is going to throw tantrums. We need to be ready to take care of this baby. And the only way to effectively take care of this baby is when the children of Africa are awoken and get rid of the shackles of the mind. Because if we do not wake up as a race, if we do not realize that we are suffering from this affliction, if we do not seek the help that we need and the healing that we must have, guess what's going to happen come July? You see, well, you got to understand what the African Continental Free Trade Area is doing. The African Continental Free Trade Area is creating an economy that's $3 trillion, with a workforce intra-Africa of 1.27 billion, an environment that you can spread and grow your business like wildfire from one country to the other. The borders that have kept us from trading with each other as African countries are in the process of being melted as we speak. Beginning July 9 next year, 90% of all goods being traded within Africa are going to be zero duty. We're looking at quadrupling intra-Africa trade in the next 5 years. Africa is on the move. The question is, are the children of Africa ready to step up and take what is rightfully yours? You got to understand, around the globe, as Black people, the reason we are so disrespected is because we're poor. Most of us don't own anything. Singularly, while we were given our independence, the one thing that was denied from us is economic liberation. The African heads of states are saying African wealth belongs to the African children. The African Union defines African diaspora as all people of African descent living outside Africa. The African Union is calling on its children to come home and, for a change, build the Africa that you want. The colonized.
All right. You hear that now? Your family, I tell you, say, you can come home. All right.
Have been building the Africa that they want. The game is up. You see, you don't go to China and find Black people driving the Chinese development agenda. You don't go to Europe. You don't go to Mexico, India, and find Black people driving those regions' development agenda. The reality is, you must not, cannot, should not, and golly, will not go to Africa and find non-Africans driving the African continental development agenda. Unless, of course, you, the children of Africa, the inheritors of Africa's wealth, choose to vacate that place that has your name. The choice is yours. The environment is ready. And so, I'm on a mission to see to it that we, people of African descent, truly understand our Africa, truly realize that we have been lied to, but that we're smart enough to know better, that we have been sleeping, that it's time to wake up. You see, a united African diaspora is a sleeping giant. It is the sleeping giant that is needed to bring the sustainable change that Africa desires.
I just want to say that here at Albany State, we strongly believe that education is the vaccine to poverty. And so we stand with you, we stand alongside you.
All right. Yeah. That at the end of Dr. Arikana speech to Albany State. We do give thanks, everyone who is tuned in. Yeah, man. Much respect and love to the people who are still up with us. Yeah, we appreciate love the item. Appreciate love everyone who tuned in to the show. And we hope, yeah, if you learn anything, that you put it into practice. You don't just sit down on it, you know, on what you learn, but you're going to take it and you're going to put it into practice and manifest it. You see me? In a real life. So, we'll be next in the building, Sabbath morning, 9 until noon. So, until then, or until the next time we meet, yeah, man, be good, do good, and walk good. And if you can't be good, we beg of the item to be careful That's a perfect love and guidance. Until next time, I am Asafa Widamaya saying, give thanks. Yeah, man. Love and ancestral guidance to you all. Blessed.
And I for parents foundation in Africa. Colonial slave master came and still our culture. Then them carry iron all over the world. Dinner them shackles and them chains. But I and I have survived still. Back to my roots. Back to my roots. Back to my roots. Back to my roots. What do I say? Back to my roots. Yeah. Back to my roots. Don't you find word? Back to my roots. Back to my roots. Come on, Africa with them gin shape. Take I to the western world to work on the plantation. All I could feel was the lashing up and whips. I and I not take no more brutality on ya. I and I are survive still. Back to my roots. 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 What do I say? Back to my roots. Yeah. Back to my roots. Don't you find word? Back to my roots. Back to my roots.
Greetings and salutation on this glorious day. Let love be the seed you plant, and that alone you shall reap. In this life, let us remember, liberty is accessible to all, but first, we must vision it to live it. You're in tune to Liberated Radio, where we free your mind, body, and soul. I am Moji Eshe, Countess Epitney, forever Africa.
Black Iowa, you're the best. No one dare to contest you, stress you. You know, smiles love you. Your song them ever seal. Listen up, Black Iowa, make me tell you how I feel. Yeah, it's your girl J Smiles, and I'm representing for Black Iowa TV, King Kalanji Sounds, Wida Maya. Big up yourself.